What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Brayathorn. How are we doing? Sorry I was a little late there. Had a bit of an audio issue. And let's hit 4. Not gonna let me do that, huh? Okay, cool. I need to work on that a little bit. Mic's a little low. All right. Mic is a little low. There we go. You're right about that. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. I'm Brayathorn. All right. That's a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, that's good. We're at the level I want to get to. Sorry about that. I was testing the mic earlier, and I forgot to set it back. But yeah, welcome, everybody. Happy to see y'all. Happy to be here. And this is a little bit different from any stream I have ever done before. I forgot. I need to put the old one back. Okay. All right. Anyways, we are going to be doing some fun testing here today. So you guys might have seen already. You might have seen the 5070 Ti, Nvidia RTX 5070 Ti reviews went up today. Those reviews went up today. But if you're not sort of seasoned in watching this kind of stuff and tracking this kind of stuff and seeing what's what in terms of like charts and things like that, it can be a little bit overwhelming. So what we're doing is we're just going to be doing some actual just live testing of the Nvidia RTX 5070 Ti versus the 4070 Ti and 3070 Ti. Now you might be wondering, actually, let me do something real quick. I got this right here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna start that over just so I have that audio, that clean audio. Bring this back up. So reviews for the 5070 Ti, the Nvidia RTX 5070 Ti went live today, and there's a whole lot of charts in those reviews, a whole lot of technical talk, things like that. And if you're new to PCs, which a lot of my audience is, then it can be a bit overwhelming. So what we're going to be doing today, and here live on stream, is we're going to be testing the RTX 5070 Ti versus its two predecessors from the 30 and 40 series, 3070 Ti and 4070 Ti, just to see what kind of generational uplift in performance we've gotten. We'll go over the changes in some of those specs, not so that I can get into the nitty-gritty of every single spec and explain every single one of those to you, but just so you can kind of see what kind of improvement you can maybe expect. And we'll be testing some games, playing some games, just trying things out. And I'm going to be trying out a tool that I've never used before, which is going to be NVIDIA's Frame View. And we're going to see if we can use that to track this performance. Also, now I did make my own charts here for you, but I made them as absolutely simple as possible because that helps me out in explaining stuff, and it might help you out in following stuff unless you're already good at following this kind of thing, in which case just bear with us. But yeah, spend a little time on some spreadsheets here just to get this all in a way that's just easy to digest. So we'll go over that. We'll go over like just the hardware changes, but there's also some major changes when it comes to, well, those two letters that we've all been hearing a whole lot of. A and I, right? AI. Now we're also going to have a talk about the situation with pricing. And I mean, it's nothing we haven't seen before, and you wouldn't necessarily know that based on how much talk there is about it. Because this is what we've been seeing. 40 series cards. I mean, you had 4080 supers that were $1,200-1,300 bucks. You had that. That was the thing. You'd have the you know, strict 4090 would be like almost $2,000 right off the bat. So I mean, this is not anything we haven't seen before. The problem is with well, we'll go over that later. We'll go over that later. Why I think it's an actual issue, not because it's something new. It's not anything new. It's very normal from AIB partners, but there's a reason that it's particularly bad with the 5070 Ti. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to go back to the 3070 Ti because the spec bump from the 4070 Ti to the 50 series one, I mean, it's there. It's not insane, but when you look at it versus the 30 series card, it's actually pretty crazy. So we will be taking a look at that, and crazy in certain ways that you might not expect. But let me take a minute here to say hi to everybody. Peter Reese, welcome. Dedicated Lifestyle, welcome. What's up? Brian Rhodes, hello. Tech Blacksmith, thank you for the word on the audio. Alice, welcome. Warfrat68, welcome. Dennis Berry, welcome. Sounds like fun. I'm going to get my Costco popcorn and Big Gulp Mountain Dew. Nice. Looking over in Twitch, Lone Vaquero, welcome. Skeeter, what's going on? Skeeter Gaming, welcome. Alucard, what's going on, bud? Welcome. Dramatic Gaming, hi. Greetings. I'll get to that in a minute. Let's see. Bean Dealer, welcome. What's up? Gonna have to see who's credit for anybody. Yeah, I appreciate the heads up on that, guys. Sorry. Every time I have to shift everything to here, it kind of. I'm wondering if maybe I should just keep that because this is a pretty cool view. The other, the other one's cozy. I've got my bigger monitor there, but maybe I should shift to something like this for streams. Just keep it like this. I don't know. Green Crab 6, welcome. Skeeter says, "Hey, I recognize that King 95." Yes, you do. But you might recognize our little buddy RGB right there. Yeah. The thing, guys, whenever I say I'm going to be keeping something, it's not like the preference is not for it to just gather dust. And this system, like you guys might have been there for the small form factor system I built, where I took the 9800X 3D out of this system, put it in there. I had to take it back out and put it in here because in order to remove the CPU from the conversation, the CPU needs to just be not be an element. We need to have everything be GPU bound as much as possible. The 9800X 3D is just it's good to go with for that. So the system was already all ready to go, ready for it to go back in there. So I put it back in there. We're good to go. We'll talk about the system specs here in a minute for those who don't know what they are. Alucard says TLDR performs fine, but most hate the price hikes. I mean, I guess. All right, cool. Alucard summed it up. We're going to end the stream right there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll catch you on the next one. All right, I'm just kidding. Okay, 4070 Ti or 4070 Ti Super. 4070 Ti. The 4070 Ti Super wouldn't make sense. It's a different card. I'm looking at the same exact SKU from each generation. I mean, you look later, give it a year, they'll have a 5070 Ti Super, then we can compare that. Now you might say like, well, people can buy the 4070 Ti Super, why not compare it? Can they though? Can they buy the 4070 Ti Super? Can they really? So using that as reasoning for comparing two cards that have different SKUs doesn't work for me. Darkslayer 54, what's up? Yes, you are on TV. Right there. Right by Link's feet, I guess. I got confused when you said my other name. I forgot I commented in YouTube. Oh. Okay. Well, thank you for watching on both. I appreciate that. Gary Plinky, welcome. How's it going? Robert, welcome. You ready for a drag race? The thing is, like, yeah, we'll run some stress tests, and maybe some in-game benchmarks if the games have them. But I mean, that's not like I just want to see what frame view can churn out when we're just gaming. I want to see if that's a valuable tool for just sort of monitoring and seeing what you get. I haven't messed with it ever. So maybe I should have before this, but there was a bit of a scramble getting everything ready for this. I didn't get the card till Monday. Otherwise, there would have been a video. What's up, Fired Up 77? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Skeeter says, I'm done the last few days with no streams, but we're here now, so I can finally share. The PC's built and lives. Got my first build under my belt, no problems. That's awesome. Congrats, Skeeter. Hell yeah. Be sure to share that in the Rigs channel. Let us know what it looks like, how it turned out. Had to make sure which one you had to be sure. Sure. 40 series, you can't really buy it all. Yep. I mean, you can, but it's stuff like 4090 for 5,000. Yeah. Can't reasonably find it. Very true. Can they buy a 5070? Base plate of 5070 has not launched yet. We're talking about the 5070 Ti today. And we're going to find out what the stock is like. I was told by the person I talked to Nvidia that stock is going to be better for the 5070 Ti. And it makes sense because when you talk about the amount of yield per wafer with a smaller die, you're going to have more yield per wafer. So yeah. Now, to be fair, I think it's, oh yeah, I don't know. It might be a, if I'm not mistaken, actually, it's a sort of stripped down version of the 5080 die. So anyway, but yeah, we're going to talk about pricing. Yes, MSRP, and yes, reality pricing, though we can't exactly see pricing. This stuff isn't launched yet. And we saw it with, you know, the 5090, where there was like, oh, I saw a thing with price 5090 for 2,500, but the MSRP turned out to be 2,000. Not that that mattered once scalpers got their hands on them. Whatever, I'm getting too far afield here. 5070 is a few weeks, I think. That'll be pretty soon. A couple of weeks, probably, guessing. And basically look for whenever the 9070 XT launches. Right around there. Better as in they made 3 more 5070 Ti than 5080 or 5090. Skeeter, if it was 3 cards, I don't think they would have told me better. I think they would have told me about the same. And yes, the RGB fan cover looks sick. It does indeed. We'll see. I mean, here's the thing, guys. The purpose here is to just, like, there's a lot of speculation out there, and I'm not trying to get too into that. I don't like to speculate when it comes to y'all's hard-earned money and what you can get. There's also a lot of, you know, arguments and just, you know, discussion in general. What we want to do today is just look at the tech. I had this long diatribe I went on in a recent stream where I was mourning the loss of tech enthusiasm that was been replaced with cynicism. And yeah, we've taken a lot of hits. GPU shortages, price hikes, scalping, all kinds of stuff. But I don't want us to lose the enthusiasm. Like, I'm desperate for us to keep our enthusiasm for the technology, for the hype that you can get around, you know, getting that PC gaming, upgrading eventually, doing things like that just makes me happy. And I don't ever want to lose that. So I'm trying to keep focused in this stream where we're just going to hang out. We're going to play some games on all 3 cards, see what we can glean from that. There are some built-in benchmarks we'll run, like, you know, Cyberpunk is a go-to. It's a hard game to run, has all the latest Nvidia tech. And yes, we are going to take a look at frame gen because it's a thing that exists. And pretending it doesn't when it comes to reporting to you guys would be irresponsible of me. So, I mean, we're not going to be doing any like in-depth testing here. This is not a laboratory. This is a room in my house. And, you know, I'm testing out a monitoring tool I've never used before. So let's just have some fun with it. Let's do that. We can circle back to this after, if need be, after I've gotten some more time with it. It might have only been that before the tariffs, so it really might be 825 afterwards. Or Chaos, what's up? And 825 would be reasonable considering 10% tariff. But that's not what we're seeing. And the real confusing part, let's talk about this. This is the card that Nvidia sent me. And thank you, Nvidia, for sending me the GPU. This is the first time Nvidia has sent me any hardware directly, which is super freaking cool. And I appreciate the hell out of that. That's not going to change what I have to say, as you guys know. This is not sponsored by them or anyone. This is just us hanging out talking about the tech. But they did send me this, it got delayed. Actually, if you watched Paul's video, same thing happened to him. His shipment got delayed, and he got it like the day before. I got mine 2 days before. But still, like, Paul is a lot more practiced at getting videos out quickly, but still, he got it like way too late in the game. For me, it was the same. It's just, you know, because I haven't done much direct hardware reviewing, I usually review system integrators and their build quality and the companies themselves, their configurators, things like that. Like, my experience, to chat about this a little bit, my experience with hardware testing and stress testing, all that, is doing burn-in tests of back office PCs for convenience stores when I would do those by the dozen a long time ago. Or when I would be repairing one person's PC and making sure it doesn't overheat. It was not getting the latest hardware and drag racing it. I just didn't have that luxury. So I'm not practiced at that, and I don't pretend to be. There are hardware reviewers out there, but there is one pre-built guy, and I don't take that for granted. But it is important for me to see some of this stuff, and because there's some things that are not shown in reviews that kind of bother me. But we're going to talk about this card because this is the Asus Prime 5070 Ti. And there's been some hubbub about this one because this one's, I'm able to show you this and run it on stream today because the embargo lifted for cards that are at MSRP, $749, $750. But then in listings, it's shown at $899. So if that's just a tariff thing, that's more than the 10% tariff. If that's Asus messing around, that's Asus. I don't know. But they might be fixing that. It's not launched yet. It's listed, but not launched. I guess you can pre-order it, but then you're paying the wrong price. I don't know. I don't know, guys. They would not have sent me this thing to show you it today if it was not at MSRP, so I don't know what the heck's going on there. No idea, but whatever. I guess we'll consider it both at $750 and $900 and see where we stand on that. Wait a minute, is that a new chair? Skeeter, yes it is. This chair was sent to me. This is a fractal chair that was sent to me by the fine folks over at Ice Giant and Splave PC. It was in their suite, and they were boxing things up and getting written. They were like, they were gonna just ship them back. And he was like, hey, you want us to ship you one of these? We're gonna ship them anyway. I was like, sure. It was really nice. So shout out to Fractal, Ice Giant, and Splave for hooking me up with one of the chairs they had in their suite. Alucard says current suspicion is Asus being Asus. We'll see. We'll be looking at older games and how they react with 5070 to see how the frame gen issue plays out. Perhaps. That's a maybe. I was actually supposed to be seeded a few games that I didn't already own, but that fell through. I might be getting them after this, which is funny. But I appreciate them trying to get those to me. Not sure you'll have the time in today's stream. I feel like your question there. I'm not doing that in this stream. It's not a PC matchmaking stream. Generally, when it's one of those, it's going to say PC matchmaking. And I'm going to be doing one of those next Tuesday. Tomorrow is a different stream. We're going to be looking at a PC tomorrow. I'm catching up on stuff that I've been very behind on. Plus, we got the launch of this card, the embargo lift today. So I got to do this today. Ah, yes, the best tape cutting tool ever. I haven't used this thing for unboxing stuff in a long time. Those of you who've been around for a while already know the story about this thing. This is the first knife I ever forged. And it's a weird shape because it was the first knife I ever forged. It turned out pretty cool. I was going to ask, is it at all possible to buy RGB cover for my King 95 from you or Jeff? I don't know. I haven't talked to Jeff about that for a while. We're talking about some other really important stuff right now, but I'll bring it up to him. Oh, why don't we do the old unboxing angle? Okay, well that's weird. Hold on just a second, guys. Wrong one. Where is it? Sorry, 1 second. Here, I might as well turn this one back on while I'm doing this. Well, apparently that capture card is not working. Oh well. Nargle Thornberry says, do you think the 9070 XT will be a great gaming streaming GPU comparable to 5070 Ti? Sure. I don't have anything to base that on, but I hope so. Base Player 2011 IFY says, I'm curious as to why Nvidia sent you a partner card over a Founders Edition. There is no Founders Edition. Oh, let me just fix this. Let's go back to... There we go. So yeah, no top down. Yeah, there is no Founders Edition. That's part of the problem that I was going to explain to you guys. Sick chair. I bet it's really comfy. How's the ergo on it? The ergo is okay. It's not very aggressive ergonomics. What I like though is the foam and the fabric are really nice. But the lumbar support is a little bit lacking, if I'm being honest, which I usually am. You are currently squint size. Much better now. Yes. What's up, A-Bird? How's it going? I have a... Yeah, I'll at least record it. Get a little thingy. What is a little thingy? Thank you for purchasing an Asus graphics card. Oh, you shouldn't have. I didn't purchase it. So. Quick start guide. Put it in your computer. That was quick. I kind of want to give a look at the size of this card. That's a pretty nice looking card. Not sure how I feel about the lines on there, but it's not a bad look. It's unique, at least. We've got this sort of rounded edge here that says Prime on it. We'll get the plastics off of there. Not overly heavy, but it is it's 2.5 slots, which is not bad. That's not bad at all. 2.5 slots is not bad, but it, you know, it's not that super sleek 2-slot Founders Edition card. And of course, we have our. See, I'm glad that I don't need it. Not with the power supply. I did make an upgrade to the King 95 system. Where I upgraded to a 1,000-watt power supply just for future testing purposes. Velcro strap, thank you. And of course, your 12V 2x6 adapter. Which we're not going to need. Now, the TDP on this card, TGP I should say, is 300 watts. So issues that you've been worrying about with, say, your 5090s, with your 5090s, not going to be an issue here because it's not nearing anything that would cause the cable to heat up. Unless it's just the cable has issues. Unless the cable has issues. Which you don't want that. Do you have to send it back when you're done? As far as I know, no, I don't. Made some instant oatmeal. Nice. That thing is huge. It's, compared to other 70 class cards, it's not that bad. I mean, let's look at this 3070 Ti. About the same length and about the same thickness. It's not about the same thickness. So normal for this class of card from an add-in board partner. We'll look at that more when we're going to be installing it, which is not yet. Actually, I need to shut this down and put the 3070 Ti in there, make sure that works for our testing, so we can get started soon. Wow. What's up, Triple B? How's it going? Oh, look at what you got, my friend. Yep. So, I do want to talk about the specs and what I'm happy about. And, well, I mean, actually, there's not really anything I don't like about these specs. It's just the only thing is when you're going to be looking at one for yourself, you're going to want to try to find something that's as close as can be to that original MSRP to get the best, you know, FPS per dollar, value, price to performance, whatever you want to call it. It's not a bad size GPU. It looks about the same size as my 7800 XT. Yeah. Or I mean, one of my 4070 Ti Supers, I think, is like 2 slots thin. Yes. 4070. Oh, Ti Super. Oh, that's the thing is it's going to vary from AIB to AIB, I guess. AIB is an add-in board partner, like your MSI, Gigabyte, Asus, all that. That takes the GPU, actual chip from it, gets it from Nvidia, and builds their own graphics card, cooling solution, all that stuff. That's why there's so many brands of the same product. Brands and versions within the brand. But I was going to say, Warfrat 68. You talked about because you're over in YouTube chat. Check the. Actually, no, I don't have it in the description. In the description of any PC matchmaking stream, which is listed under live on my channel, you can find a link to fill out a form. Fill out that form, and you'll be able to get on the list to get help on Tuesday. Hamley M says, "Dang, it's decently huge." It is. I mean, it's fine though. I think it's a fine size for it. What's up, Nefty? How's it going? Welcome. Bass player said, "My wallet cried, but I bit the bullet and bought an Herman Miller Embody about a year ago. Worth every single penny. Don't skimp on a chair, especially if you work a desk job. You're back. Well, thank you." Yeah. Yeah, no, this thing is, like, I'm a bit spoiled because I went from a steel case chair to this. And the only thing I liked more about the steel case chair was the armrests were more adjustable, like crazy adjustable. These are fine though. They still have all the same adjustment, just not as much range in those adjustments. Rutu, welcome. How's it going? I have a 4090 now, thinking I'm going to skip the 5000 series and wait for the next gen. says Anichoff. Yeah, you can totally do that. That 4090 is going to take you a long way. You might even be able to skip the gen after that. That's the benefit of buying the flagship card, the highest end card possible. But before I shut this thing down and swap out the GPU, right now in the GPU is a PNY 4070 Ti. So that's our sort of middle card there, right? The last gen, just now becoming the previous gen. Got a FlexiBot C7 Pro Max chair. I actually have one of those, and it was making my legs go numb. So be careful about that. Like it was cutting off the circulation in my legs. I had the elastic fabric seat. If you have like a cushion seat, you're probably better off. Because that elastic fabric is great for your back, but not for your butt. It's a little too harsh. Okay, so I want to show you guys the hardware changes that have been made, and I made a nifty little number of graphs here. So let's take a look at that. All right, so what you see here, these are just all the card specs, everything across the board. Now, I'm not going to go into what TMUs and ROPs and all that stuff are, but I mean, there's a lot of detail here. But what I wanted to do by making this was I wanted to show you a visual representation of the upgrades from one generation to the next. Now, funny thing is, base clock and boost clock actually went down from the previous gen. Base clock is very similar, 2.31 versus 2.3, but the boost clock is lower. However, we've gone from the 30, but as you can see, it's still a big upgrade from the 30 series card. VRAM, though, is where the biggest upgrades have happened. 3070 Ti, which was originally $599, obviously a better price than $750 or, good lord, $900. $599 was an 8 gig VRAM card, 8 gigs. Its biggest weakness, essentially. Then moving up to 40 series, the 4070 Ti had 12 gigs of VRAM, and the 5070 Ti has, which was really popular with everybody, 16 gigs of VRAM. This is one thing that basically makes it to where if you can find either card at MSRP, it makes a lot of sense to go with the 5070 Ti versus a 5080. I would have to have a comparison between the two, but it's particularly if you're focused on 1440p 5070 Ti. Why spend the extra $250? Now, to be clear, you can't really find a 5080 at $999 MSRP either, because this is just always a problem now. There's a few things to remember when it comes to MSRPs with add-in board partners, but maybe we'll talk about that a bit later. Let's talk about memory clocks too, because it's not just about the how much VRAM you have, it's about how fast it is, and that has skyrocketed by going to GDDR7. So that's a massive improvement on the memory clock speed. And then because of that, in addition to that, you've got not just that, but the actual memory bus width here is, this was one of the less popular things about the 4070 Ti, was that from the 30 series one, you went from 256-bit memory bus to a 192. Well, they brought it back up to 256. So that combined, the memory clock plus the bus width, all that stuff, whatever. Then you got your bandwidth overall here. And that look at the difference here. Okay? That's a it's a pretty big difference. This is a huge improvement for the 5070 Ti. Massive improvement. Then we have shading units. Of course, basically it's like, oh, this thing has how many? So 8,960 versus the 3070 Ti's 6,144. It is a lot of cores. It's a lot. And then you can see everything went up. But look at this right here. Here's another way that they detracted the 4070 Ti, that they went a little cheap on the 4070 Ti. That these little people noticed these cuts that review this stuff and were like, yeah, what are y'all doing? And the 4070 Ti Super sort of reversed some of that. But everything else is just up. And of course, 5070 Ti is just, there's nowhere here, what I'm trying to show you guys is that there's nowhere here where they, other than the boost clock, it is literally the only spec that is lower than the previous gen. And if you watch a lot of overclocking stuff, you'll realize that the actual clock speed, remember that, yeah, the boost clock is a little slower, but look at how many more cores there are to this thing. Right here. So, yeah. Also, TDP has shifted to where it was 290. It went down in 3070 Ti. It was 290 watts. It went down by 5 watts in the 4070 Ti, and then it's now up to 300 watts for the 5070 Ti. And that means that these suggested PSU wattages from 600 to 600 were the same, but now it's bumped up to 700 just because of that extra 15 watts. A little crazy. A little crazy. Not sure why that's... Boy, but hey, that's the thing. On your GPU, just get extra wattage. It barely costs you anything extra. You're not constantly using that power. It's only whenever it's needed. It covers things like transient power spikes. Oh, I'm zoomed in, aren't I? Wait, why is this... Oh, it's because I was scrolling. Okay, never mind. I have a 4090. Oh yeah, I already saw that. Planning on my 4070 Ti Super to last through the next 2 gens, so I start thinking upgrading GPU. Simple Green, someone was mentioning this, I forget who, but someone was basically, Nvidia missed an opportunity by not calling it the 4070 Super Ti, because then it would have been the 4070 STI. Like, that would have been sick. Okay. What? Okay. 5070 Ti. It's garbage for the price. Even the 4070 Ti getting better numbers. Nexus Gamer already has bench comparing 5070 Ti and 5080. Okay, well, I appreciate your opinion. We're just going to be running it. We're just going to be testing it. We're not here to say whether it's garbage or not. Besides, there is no garbage GPU. There's only bad pricing. So what's going to happen is whatever pricing you're seeing now is for people who are rush buying it, I guess. Once its true competition comes out, which I'm thinking hopefully is going to be 9070 XT, they might be dropping prices left and right. We'll see. Not dropping them below MSRP, but to the original, what it was supposed to be for MSRP, because that's where it's going to be competitive at that MSRP. Ameridan, thank you for the Prime sub. How's it going, bud? Araxinus, welcome. Hayden Allen Official, how are you doing? Also, I don't know if I said hi to you, Goblin, but hi. I just responded to your chair thing. Baruchi says DIY builders should all go 1000 watt PSU these days. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think 850 can still cover a lot, and you can still have room to grow. I mean, look, we're looking at a 5070 Ti. They're suggesting a 700 watt power supply. You're still getting 150 watts over that with an 850 watt piece. But it doesn't hurt anything to spend an extra 30 or 40 bucks as long as it's a well-reviewed power supply, well-rated power supply. Doesn't hurt anything to spend a little bit extra and get that. Now, do you need to go buy a $300 power supply? No. No, not unless you have such a high budget, then that's a drop in the bucket. I have 4 builds of 3070s right now, says Alucard. They are all using 650 watt PSUs and running well on them. Yeah, well, that was fine for the 3070 for sure. I think a power reduction will happen with NVIDIA GPUs next gen or so, kind of like Intel did with CPUs. I hope so. Especially if they want to keep pushing these 12V 2x6 cables. Do enough buy AMD for prices to drop all that much, though? Well, I hope they do. That's what's needed. Ranger, what's going on? How's it going? I'm still sticking with 6800 XT. Brian Rhodes, that's a great GPU. Anita says, my apologies. Yeah, the price is insane, $1,000 plus. Do not buy this GPU at $1,000 plus. I don't care how fancy the cooler looks. I don't care what they do with it. It's never going to be worth that much. Never, not ever. Do not do that. You do not have my... there we go. You do not have my blessing to spend that much on a 5070 Ti. Like, it can be absolutely amazing, but I don't want you... No. If you're looking at that, fine, you know... What's going to happen... I was actually already saying this. What's going to happen is this. Is that these prices are... These initial prices, some of them might even go down on launch day. it's not like they don't pay attention to anyone at all. Like there's a lot of uproar about it, and that's one thing that's needed, because then they're like, oh well, there are other choices in GPUs. We don't want ours to be left on the shelves. So maybe we'll be the ones that try to be competitive, and whatever. But y'all do have to remember that there are tariffs that are going to be adding 10% to MSRPs in general. Whether that's, I don't know if they're actually in effect yet, or if they're going to do that in an anticipatory fashion. I don't know. I don't pay enough attention to that, which I probably should. But don't spend $1,000 on a 5070 Ti. Don't do it. If you're going to do that, buy pre-built. Let that few extra $100 go towards the building of your PC. Then you have a warranty too. Unless you really just have to build it yourself. But the thing is, it's still going to be hard to get these. They're not going to just... I don't think these are going to be a paper launch. Ish, right? Like the higher end cards were. I don't think that's going to happen. Just based on them telling me there's going to be more inventory. And besides which, I have seen some SI starting to get 5090s, 5080s more. There's a few. But yeah. They did until now with the 7000 series cards being hard to get at MSRP nowadays. Yeah, I mean, their AMD cards, 7000 series was doing okay. Not great, but okay. You should not spend $11K on a 5070 Ti. Nah, nobody should. Jesus. What's up, Bean Dealer? How's it going? GP Wasteland, feeling like Scrooge McDuck money grab. Instead of new PC, I'm just going to upgrade my CPU. Keep my AM4 setup and 2060, wait out the nonsense. Okay. That's not a bad idea. The thing is, if you wait, these cards will eventually go down to MSRP. Whether it's going to be through sales or bundles or whatever. Also, do not do the Newegg Shuffle. Do not. The Newegg Shuffle is too scummy. I can't imagine you guys doing that. I had a whole video yammering about it way back in the day with 30 series cards. I mean, there was a point where they were forcing people to buy exploding gigabyte power supplies before all the word came out. But they had been poorly reviewed. They'll get poorly reviewed or just unwanted hardware and make you buy it with your GPU. You might end up using it and then frying your new GPU. Don't do that. 5070 Ti is the entry to high end, right? I think 5070 below or mid range. Yeah, it's that line has been warped a bit ever since the 3090 came out, essentially. But yeah, no, it's mid high, or high mid, however you want to say that. Okay, other stuff, improvements in L2 cache, tensor cores, RT cores, all these things have been improved for the 5070 Ti. And then let me know, does this help you guys out to just have a simple visual representation of how each of these specs, which are the ones that are always listed, how much improvement there was? Let me know. Because I'll include these in a video then, if that's going to be helpful, because I just want to make this as digestible as possible. Because I know whenever there's something I'm not used to that's being shoved in my, it's like on my screen, and I'm just like, my brain wants to shut off, and I don't glean anything from that. I mean, it's not like I got to explain to you what RT cores are, right? Like ray tracing cores, right? Tensor core. This is gonna have to do with AI stuff, like things like that. But yeah, and of course base clocks and boost clocks. But I want to I just want, like, all this stuff. We can get wrapped up in this stuff for hours. I just want to run some games. Let's see how it goes. Go back over here, and I'll swap out this GPU for the 3070 Ti. Let's see if it runs. That would be good. Probably should test that before. What are you gonna do? Also, I was gonna use an actual test bench, but I still don't have the standoffs for it that will hold the GPU in place. So I need to get those. I just didn't feel right about putting a GPU on there and then just like moving it around, whatever, without it being screwed down. That would have not felt very good. Green Wave, I purchased a Cyberpunk PC. I have 24 FPS in Fortnite. Anyone know I'm getting a little bit low FPS? Call them. I mean, you might have your settings too high or something like that, but you should call them. It's unfortunate because CyberPower doesn't have very good customer service, and I've made several videos talking about that, so it should be no surprise to you. But they still owe you some customer service, so you should call them. Let them know. Instead of getting advice on the internet and maybe going in there and maybe messing something up, just talk to them. They owe you service. Shuffle allows them to clear broken inventory. Well, I mean, I don't know if they should do broken stuff because that just gets sent back to them. I mean, I hope they'd be able to send it back. If it says in stock, stays in stock for at least 5 minutes, then to me, not a proper launch, not a paper launch. Yeah, I don't know. Like that term got watered down enough to where it's whatever. Oh, I should probably stop recording on this. I should have really checked that my top-down camera was working, but whatever. I didn't do that, so it's okay. Are you going to test multi-frame gen? Yes. I know it's hard to test, but I like to see it test. We're just going to play. Like, it's hard to be scientific with something that's going to have such a large run-to-run variance. I just want to... And I mean, honestly, it's supposed to be pretty consistent, actually, because it's based on your base FPS. I gave a good watch to the hardware unboxed video, and they did an awesome job of showing it. But it shows that if you're trying to get high FPS starting at 30 base FPS or something, you're gonna have a bad time because it's like garbage in, garbage out. It's just not enough frames for it to get really high. It works best when you have a medium or higher frame rate, but then it's like, what's the point? So we're gonna test it out. We're gonna see. I want it to be good. I want it to work. Go to stores, Best Buy, Walmart. What are we talking about? I did enter it for the last of the 5080s for lols. Luckily, they were just the GPUs. Oh, that's good. That's very nice of them. How magnanimous of them. I'll happily stay with my 3070 Ti for now. There you go. That's what we're about to test. Let me turn this off so I can do that. I probably should have watched some kind of guide on running frame view. I didn't do that. Sorry, Nvidia. I'm now wondering, should I just have like run the 4070 Ti since it was already in there and working, but I'm already committed. I really want a Lazy Susan with a brake on it, so it doesn't spin when you're trying to apply force. I want to make that. It would be an overly complicated, unnecessarily expensive Lazy Susan, but I mean, that'd be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, 4070 Ti. Go on and take a break, cool off over there, bud. And this Gigabyte 3070 Ti. Okay, let's see what you got, buddy. What do you got? Do your best. Down, buddy. You can do this. Bon chance. Good luck. What if you're like, some of y'all are probably like, hey, what about the power connector? I got PCIe power connectors right here. So I wanted to use this one. Had them folded back there. Pretty smart, eh? All right. Of course, I could have used the adapter and then just like remove the adapter. I didn't do that. I did this. On there? Good, good, awesome. And we will close the side panel just to get thermals in a case. See how that runs. Cross your fingers, everybody. Could find one with a stiffer bearing, but I don't want it. I want it to be smooth, and I want it to be able to stop. I want all of it. Nice to have something to compare to real world, if nothing else. Yep, there we go. We got it. Nice. That's it. It's already up. Wow. Look at that. Okay. There we go. It worried me for a second. I already got that here. Not Cinebench. I'm gonna run that. Let's run Furmark. I need to get the latest Furmark, actually. I don't have that because it looks different. Maybe I'll do that now. Well, that's a messy website, isn't it? What kind of website that has downloadable software allows these kind of ads? That's scummy as hell. How many times do I... Okay. All right. Every ad is like, install, download. Firmart, y'all are idiots for allowing that. Like, or Geeks 3D. Just absolute morons. Seriously. Stupid. 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 You're stupid. So we're in Furmark 2. So we are in 4K right now. Okay, 3070 Ti being recognized. There you go. Let me also open Hardware Info 64. We can watch what our temps are. Their website is stupid. They're stupid. They're idiots. Thank you for the free software, morons. Thanks for having like freaking troll ads on your website. I know that it's free software. They got to make money somehow, guys. I know that. There's got to be a better way. Sensors only. Stats. Prepare for the fuzziest of donuts. What case is that? It says Ask Goblin 1381. This is the Montec King 95 Pro. King 95 Pro, because it came with the reverse flow fans. That's the one to get. Here's our 9800X 3D. I didn't need to do that. Okay. Now I actually took my, I only have one 4K monitor. And I actually took that one, moved it here. So I have my 1440p testing monitor like over there. Just because I want to be able to test these cards at 4K as well. So maybe we change the, let's go to display settings and change the scale. Is 200 too much? It's a little too much. Okay, that's interesting that the software doesn't expand to scaling. Good job, guys. Well done. All right, we're going to benchmark 4K. New fuzzy donut, everybody. That one doesn't look that good. I think it might have gone bad. Oh, good. Nvidia overlay. I guess I left that on. We'll let this run for a while and see what we get. Oh, this is the timed benchmark, not the stress test. Sure. But it shows temps at least. GPU temp, GPU hotspot, but we're not going to get that with 5070 Ti's. Yeah, that's dumb, but okay. VRAM temp, GPU usage 100% as it should be. Only using 18% of VRAM. Interesting. We're hitting 309 watts. So remember, your TGP or TDP is not going to be exactly what it says. Is it 290 for the 3070 Ti? This is a gigabyte card. The other one, it was talking about, you know, the original specs. They can change the specs when they have overclocking to have a higher TDP. From what I've heard, thermals are good. Most problems have been on the driver's side, and 12V HP is still a problem. Still a problem. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be for this. I mean, we're not talking about 575 watts here. Hello, I found your channel. What's up, Josh? How's it going? Hello, I found your channel while researching a new gaming PC. Rewatched a few of your vids and live streams. Glad to catch you live. Glad you caught us. This isn't a normally scheduled stream. I usually stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, but the embargo lift for quote-unquote MSRP 5070 Ti's was today, so... Alright, we maxed out at 72 degrees Celsius. That is perfectly acceptable. Let's see. Max clock 1830, 1606. I had the specs up just a bit ago. Let me bring this. Okay, boost clock is supposed to be a 1.77. This one hit 1.83. So this is an overclocked card. It's getting a higher boost clock. There you have it. We're not trying to submit this. This doesn't give me average frame rate. Oh, average 68 FPS at 4K. There you go. All right. Oh, that just closes the whole. I can't just. What the? Okay, let's close the whole thing. All right. Okay. So we don't want to benchmark. We want to. I don't like this new setup. Graphics test. Oh, there's Vulkan. Okay. So I can just run it. That's what I would do. Let's go to 1440p. 2560 by 1440. And, well, I mean, that's pretty much that for that test anyway. But sure, we'll run that too. Temps are good though. It's fine. Bone Shock, what's up? Are you able to keep the guy for a future build, or are they making you return it? I'm hoping for the first because loving a long build stream. Yep, and I can keep it. I might have a plan for it already. Welcome back, Alucard. Oh, that was earlier, of course. Could also be the OC model for a higher TDP. Yep. Well, it's not bad at all for the price. We're talking about the case, Goblin? I'm not sure I like this camera angle here. It's not the best placement for that camera, but oh well. At least it works. This one we just let it run, and it looks like we're getting up to 72.6, 72.7. We'll let it hit equilibrium basically. Oh, 5070, oh, 5070 Ti. Yeah, 5070 is going to be soon. It's not out yet. In fact, this isn't out yet either. This is a 3070 Ti. The thing is, people can just, like, get a 3070 Ti and have a great time. Oh, it has 8 gigs of VRAM. Okay. Depends on the games you're playing. Some games are going to be fine with that. Some won't. Looks like we have stabilized at 73.5 Celsius. Okay. FPS is hitting average 132 FPS at 1440p. Of course, it looks this size because I'm on a 4K monitor. Maybe I should be recording this. I guess I can do that. I mean, people don't generally look at firmware for FPS numbers, but whatever. I might as well. Anytime we can get a consistent number like that reported to us, we want to use that. This one's hitting average of 131. 131 for the 3070. 3070 TO. 3070 TO. Hey, Uncle, I got a 3070 Ti. 3070. All right. Only other thing I do in testing GPU is the artifact scanner. I haven't done that, so interesting. That I guess that's 1440p. Dang it. We'll stay with 1440p. I'm going to recommend a 5070 Ti for high-level 1440p and entry-level 4K. But you know, we can totally play 4K. All right, let's do. Let's say Supermark. Let's we're just throwing the average FPSs in here. Why not? Mark. And I got to go back to just get a quick average of 4K. My friend recommended me the AMD 7900X 24 gigabyte. Is it a good card? That's not. The 7900X is a CPU. You mean 7900 XTX? And Zyntech, when you want to know if something is a good card, the answer will always be yes until you add context. Is it a good card for video editing? Is it a good card for Blender? Is it a good card for 4K gaming? Is it a good card for 1080p? Like, you got to give context when you ask a question if you want to get an accurate answer. Peter, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Everyone for Mark and Cinebench on my new PC. That's the only thing I haven't done. Yeah, as long as you're, I mean, you want to get hardware info 64 to monitor temps too, because that's a reason. We're stress testing. Okay, 70, what was it? Average 70 FPS. That works for me. Right. And what have our temps come out to at the highest? Highest temp was 74.3 Celsius. Things cooling just fine. Awesome. Max power draw has been 272 watts on the GPU rail, but overall power 309 watts. You got to remember there's PCIe bus power too. I guess it's 309 watts, 0.8, 310 watts. Okay. We're not gonna there. I don't know if I need to do 1080. I'm not gonna do 1080p firmware. So that's the firmware test. Let's run the Black Myth Wukong benchmark. That's the one that I have here. And we'll run it at both 4K and 1440p. Why not? Remember, every test I run here, I got to run on 2 other cards. So, stream, record videos, do video editing, game and host servers, home labs. I would probably... It's supposed to be better at coding than previous gens. There's even a simple setup in OBS for that. You'll get it for an amazing price these days if you can find it. It is a very good GPU. There are certain things though where it's going to be better off with Nvidia when it comes to productivity stuff. Some applications. What I would do is, if you're going to be doing video editing, figure out what program you're going to use, whether it's going to be something like DaVinci Resolve or Adobe Premiere Pro, and see which of those programs is better, which GPU is better for those programs. Dennis Berry says resolution. Of what? As long as it's not CUDA dependent, you should be fine. Reaction is that's a better answer than mine. But Zintech, thank you for providing all those things. For streaming, the gap between NVIDIA and AMD has changed, and it's not fully thanks to AMD's efforts. It's also part of thanks to OBS's efforts to integrate the newer encoding that AMD cards have into their, sort of quick setup thing, because you can get a really nice quick setup with AMD now. But if you're planning on using any specific, there are certain effects that only benefit from CUDA cores. Like some plugins that you can get are designed around CUDA cores. If you're planning on doing any AI stuff, a lot of it's designed with CUDA cores in mind from NVIDIA. So yeah, that's a good answer from Raxness. Is this just not going to run? What happened? What the heck? I know it. I selected it. Why are you asking me what tools? I know what tools are. I picked it. Want to try that again? Shader compilation failed during your last... Yeah, continue. Thank you. Actually see... On keyboard. I do that a lot. Okay, so to be clear, the 3070 Ti was launched in May 31st, 2021, nearly 4 years ago. Let's see how this runs. Faintly visible pattern. No. Oh, should I get frame view going? Let's run it just to see what it does. Again, I've never used it, so. There it is. don't know if you can see very well what's going on up there. I like that there's a performance per watt thing. I like that. Interesting. Okay, FSR is a super resolution sampling. Okay, frame gen on. Let's turn it off. Doesn't have that in 30 series. Full ray tracing is off. Requires a restart to do it off first. Everything is set to high. So, all right. Is there a higher setting than high? Very high. And then there's cinematic. And just do high. Now this is pretty basic setup here, and we go to display, and it's going to be supply, and display is going to be in 4K. So we're going to try it with pretty basic settings in 4K first. Motion blur, no. Thank you. We'll turn off frame rate cap. Okay. All right, let's do it. So I have this thing where frame view is going. Oh my God. No. Ooh, that is interesting. It's probably gonna have some issues because this is a pretty. You're gonna want a lot of VRAM probably. So we're getting 65 FPS at 4K with high settings with no ray tracing. Or yeah, if you turned off ray tracing. So if I press scroll lock, we're gonna get 30 seconds of frame view capture. What is that scanning thing it's doing? It's really weird. Y'all see that? Like a bar that goes in, where it's a little off. Thank you, Alucard. Yeah, I don't see a thing to change the size of the text, but it's doing the capture right now, so the text goes away. But we do have the current FPS up on the top left. Yeah, it doesn't like running at 4K. These are high textures. Okay, that's our... Okay, average FPS is 57. 1% lows at 36. Average PC latency, 74 milliseconds. Good lord. Pretty high. PCL is going to be your PC latency. Overall latency for your system. I've never played it. I'm not big on Souls likes, and that's what, from what I understand, that's what it is. I'm not good at them, unfortunately. Probably could get there if I played them enough, but it's just like got frustrating for me real quick, and I don't have a lot of time for gaming, so I was like, A lot of games out there that are waiting to be played. You know what I mean? Ones that are less frustrating. It's a really pretty one, though, I gotta say, and I do like the lore, the story behind it, everything. I need to play them once I go through all Final Fantasy VII. Okay, so we got all this. But yeah, I'm actually, like, I want to play Rebirth. I played some of Remake on PlayStation, my PS4 way back. And I don't remember if I finished it. But I kind of want to wait until the final one comes out before I just play through all of them. FF7, the original FF7 is my favorite games of all time. Okay, so average 63 FPS, maximum 71, minimum 18, low fifth, total VRAM used 6.4 gigs. Not bad. Oh yeah, specs on the system are 9800X3D for the CPU, 32 gigs DDR5, 6,000 mega transfers per second, 1,000 watts power supply with native 12VH PWR, P95, Monset P95, MSI Gaming Plus X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi motherboard, one of my favorite motherboards. Oh, a lot of good stuff. This was the system that was for the Black Friday collab. Okay, so we exit, confirm, we got our info. Realize I haven't been locally recording any of this stream. Now all we're gonna have is for a lot of the stream is gonna be the YouTube VOD. Get back into this, we're gonna go to 1440p. See what we get there. I don't know why I didn't see that immediately. Okay. Funny, that's not a lot better just yet. Interesting. Did it take the change that I put there? I don't know if it took the change. This looks the same. These numbers look the same. Hold on. Maybe we'll restart it and run it at 1440p, maybe in windowed mode. Oh, that's 1440p right there, at least in the menu. And yeah, it's 1440. All right, let's try it again. Okay, it's not letting me move the window. Oh, here. BMW. 4K. Yes. 62. But yeah, that's oh. All right, well, there it is. It's at 1440p, it says, so try that again. It's fine. Wait, what? It's fine. YouTube should have some kind of extra perk since Twitch chat is on screen. Oh, what's up, Knockout88? How's it going? FPS was higher? Not a lot higher. Okay, that does seem to be improved now. We will also... I was expecting a more substantial improvement, though, and it's still getting down to like around 64, 65. That's not great. Now, it could be that there's even more... Like, we're not doing any frame gen. We're not doing any super resolution stuff, nothing like that. So it could be that that is a major factor there. I don't know. I like standard 55 milliseconds on latency, and anything after 60 feels a bit weird to me. Yeah. I am also doing some, now I'm not doing OBS on this PC, it's actually being captured into OBS. Yeah, once we're away from the water, it's much better. But that still affects the average overall. I will say that the PC latency is better. Like dipping under 55 here and there. Okay, nice, 69 FPS. Now, remember, this is a AAA title. It's going to affect things, but we can also try changing the settings from high to medium or something, because everything is, wait, super resolution 75. So I turn that off. It turned it on. What the hell? I hit apply settings too, so what's the damn deal? I guess I left it on. Let's run DLSS instead. No frame gen. Sure, we'll just run it with DLSS and I'll do 4K again. But it's nice. Either in 4K or in 1440p, this game is playable with the 3070 Ti. Okay, 50-bit. You should see a pretty substantial increase in FPS with DLSS running. My dog is loving this while he's locked in the TV. Nice. Hi, doggy. I'm in kind of late. Oh, what's up, Swarm Nerd? How's it going? Full change of streaming going on in tonight's episode. Yep, absolutely. It's not a super substantial increase, but the thing is, under DLSS, we didn't really have the choice to go performance or quality or balanced or anything. It's just kind of there. And we are in the water section, which is the harder part to run. We're gonna have to run this with no super sampling stuff, or upscaling stuff. And we just got an ad on Twitch. It is funny that, you know, FSR is AMD's technology, but it runs on any GPU, which is cool. But it's interesting that this defaulted to that, because DLSS is just for NVIDIA cards. So you would think it's like, oh, it's an NVIDIA GPU, we're going to run DLSS. Interesting. One thing I haven't been recording is the 1% lows. I think there's a pretty big improvement here on 1% lows, and PC latency is also lower. It's gone down to around 50. We'll see what the average is here in a minute. I didn't have a frame view do the recording, but I can run it real quick again and just get part of it, and that's all I need. But yeah, average FPS went up to 76, and the minimum is much higher with DLSS, which is what really leads to smooth gameplay. Your minimum FPS and all that. Okay, this is with no ray tracing on. Now, we're not going to have charts and whatnot, that many of those. What I'm going to have to do is go back through and watch this and make some charts out to really visualize what the changes are here. Go medium full ray tracing. Can require a restart to take effect. Or should we instead go with no? It really just does not let you turn any of these off. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, well. All right, well, we've already got our numbers there. Let's run this really quick. Just for 30 seconds. Just so I can get a frame view recording of it. This is the one with DLSS. I know the numbers are super small. It's just, I'll be able to see them in the video. It's right after I pass this bridge that I've been hitting the hotkey to record. Wow, the 5070 Ti is out now. DJ King, it comes out tomorrow. It launches tomorrow. When did it come and how did you get it? Pre-built from an SI or got a card yourself? Nvidia sent me the card by itself. Now this is not this is a 3070 Ti right now. We're going to be running a gamut of tests on the 3070 Ti, then swap out for the 4070 Ti, then finally the 5070 Ti. Only for streamers, I think? Well, for tech reviewers, yeah. Okay. Average up to 71 in the slower part here. Which, I mean, I want to know how the harder part runs. And we'll run one with full rate. We'll run 1440p and 4K with full ray tracing and go from there. What was it before? Whatever. I might need to replace this. Let's do DLSS run in 4K. Settings, graphics. I don't know. Okay, all same settings. I just want to have it running DLSS instead of FSR. No, you're good, DJ. No problem. You're good. Sounds awesome, though. I'd definitely like to see that. Yeah. We're gonna get there for sure. There's one thing I hate about modern games that you can't turn off stuff like FSR and dailies. And there's only a couple games where you can't turn off like ray tracing, Indiana Jones, bam. Here you have to have some kind of upscaling apparently, or super sampling. Which is funny that DLSS is called deep learning super sampling because super sampling is actually where you have it's not like that doesn't mean upscaling. That means rendering it at a higher resolution and then downscaling it, which gives you a much more crisp, much more accurate image. But they use that deep learning super sampling for their upscaling technology, which is interesting. But DLSS does so much more now than just upscaling, like rendering everything at 720 and upscaling it to 4K or whatever. It does a lot more than that now, with frame gen and everything. But that's not a feature that works with the 3070 Ti, so I have it turned off. I don't know if it would cause any issues, but we are going to run this with frame gen later. I don't know if it has multi-frame gen, only I think 75 games or so, 70 games have it. I know Cyberpunk has it, so that's going to be a fun test. By the way, everyone, the McShamrock Shake is out now. Get you some. I just downloaded a large and they're like no other. I don't even know what is the flavor of it. Oh, dang it. I missed my time to do that. Whatever, we're running it. Yeah, DLSS is not in because of the SS part. I mean, it's all semantics, I guess, Araxness. I mean, they really popularized it, so they can call it whatever they want, I suppose, but yeah. This is all still without any ray tracing. But once we turn that on, it's going to be prettier but slower. PC latency is higher. It's a 63 average. Too high. Okay, 63 FPS. We'll change that number. This is with DLSS. Oh my goodness, it's 1 frame per second higher. Oh my goodness. You can kind of see that whole water part, how it all dips there, then it goes up higher when there's no water reflections to worry about. So go here, we're going to go in and we're going to change to adding medium full ray tracing and see if we get a playable frame rate. Graphics on medium. Apply changes. Start. Indescribable. That's all I gotta say. Okay. Well, then you described it. Mint and line. Interesting. Did anybody get the Grimace Shake when it was out? Never got that. Okay, now we got full ray tracing on in 4K, but with DLSS on. See how it runs. Oh boy. Probably going to be a little chunky for this card to run in 4K. Running 4K with ray tracing, even with DLSS on the 3070 Ti, is asking too much. I want to see the difference in VRAM usage. Yeah, it's one of my favorites, Triple B. It really is. $34, $33. Wow. 1% lows are almost at the same level, though. Yeah, I wouldn't play this at 30 FPS. With DLSS, like, yikes. Oh. Would agree for the most part what I said standard. I've never really tested latency and seen where I'm comfortable. But yeah, I would want to probably stay around like anywhere 40 to 55. Under 55 for sure. 29 there. Now, here's the thing. If you like playing Nintendo games, less Switch games are pinned at 30 FPS. So it's like, whatever, but yeah. But like, that's why when you play something like Metroid Dread and you're like, this is so smooth, it's 60 FPS. It is goated, it's the best. Gary, I'm glad you find this fascinating. I don't get to do this stuff very often. My pre-built reviews do not consist of doing this because this has already been done by outfits that are much better at doing this than I am. But we're doing this live so you guys can see some of the process. We can ask and answer some questions. Like I'm asking myself questions and trying to answer them as well. Ooh, that grass. Did you see the shimmering in that grass? Good Lord. So the thing is, my problem with a lot of some of the pixel peeping that happens with things like frame gen is that a lot of those things are like certain things that I probably wouldn't notice. I noticed that grass for sure, but there's no frame gen going on here. It was just having trouble rendering it. I will say that I am noticing a difference in how things are lit, and it's gorgeous. So I hope we get a playable frame rate at 1440p with this card, but that's the thing. It's a 4-year-old graphics card. This is a much newer game. It has been fun, Raxus. Great. Yeah, that's not great. So we go here. I'm not used to not having a split keyboard. That was how much? 34. The chart would probably be best to have with minimum FPS, but it's all good. Fine. Look at that though. I mean, minimum's pretty close to the average, but that's because it's all low. Let's go and change to 1440p, run it again, see what we get. Have it at full ray tracing on, medium, DLSS. There. Oh, this has super resolution going, and that means it's in quality mode. You can adjust that. Son of a bee. All right, we're gonna try this in. So it is doing super resolution, rendering higher and then downscaling it. Like, what if we just pin this here? Ultra performance. Let's try it again at 4K with that. I need to see this. And I want to see what it looks like. That messes up like all of my previous tests. Because it's all been at quality level. This is at 4K, full ray tracing, and we went from getting 32 FPS average. Right now we're in the harder part of the run, and it's getting 52. This is why I tell you guys, like, get to know your game settings, because it can make a massive difference. Now it's at 46 in the water here. Closer to playable though at 4K. Like back when the 3070 Ti was a new card, I would have said, yeah, for 1440p, maybe some entry level. This is not entry level 4K. This is hard to run 4K. "88 milliseconds of average PC latency. Good. God, big golly mismatch. Holy crap. That's bad. It's real bad. I think I have seen enough. Problem is, you want to be able to turn that stuff off so you can get repeatable results and whatnot, but like, with it being a slider and not just a drop-down menu or whatever where you can choose between performance, balanced. Okay, don't run this game. Okay, yeah, this is not feasible to run at full ray tracing, even at medium 4K with a 3070 Ti. So let's go now, switch it to 1440p, run it that way, and we can move on after that. And what did I have here? I set it to all the lowest. Let's just set it to performance. Let's say 40. I can't compare these though, but I'm gonna have to remember that. Super resolution to 40. We'll run all the tests real quick again with this setting here. It's gonna take some time. Sorry guys, that's just how it goes. Super resolution to 40. That setting should stay at least. And then we go through 1440p and 4K, I mean, I suppose we could do 1080p, but this is not like an esports title or anything. The thing about it, when you get to 1080p, you're more CPU bound than GPU bound. I know for thoroughness, it's good to test at 1080p, but like, I guess we should do it. This is pretty playable right here. They say that the minimum for playability is like 60 FPS. That's not necessarily true. Again, if you like the Nintendo Switch, you're playing at 30 FPS all the time for a lot of games. Not all of them, but for a good amount of them. What's up, Sick PCs? How's it going? Just got ourselves a little 5070 Ti. We're not testing that right now. We are testing the 3070 Ti. Then we're going to do 4070 Ti, then this. PC latency is still really high. Now, what I don't have going is Nvidia Reflex. I don't think that's an option in here. Or it could be, but I didn't see that in the menu. Nvidia Reflex is going to help a lot with that latency. But this is lower than it was at 4K. It was like at 88 before. Wait, did I run the... There's that human element. Latency is a thing many don't take into account with a lower frame rate. Yep. Average 58. Average PC latency is 72. That's playable. It's just the latency kind of sucks. It's going to feel a little weird, but it's playable. We are just looking at average frame rates. I'm going to need to redo these two. Okay, without ray tracing. Let's redo that. Just a couple more to sit through, everybody. 1080 Ti, I could totally get a whole 10 FPS on this. This is Dark Slayer. And guys, I'm going to ask you, should we test 1080p? Everybody else does. And there are a lot of people in the Steam hardware survey playing at 1080p, but should those people be getting a 5070 Ti? I don't think so. We're going to have to restart anyway, so maybe we do 1080p first. Before I turn off ray tracing, before I turn off ray tracing, because I turn off ray tracing, I have to restart the whole thing. And I do not see anything for Nvidia Reflex. Would that be an in-game setting or a global setting? By the way, if you're wondering what the resolution difference is between 4K and 1080p, you're looking at it right now. So what we're looking at is full ray tracing at medium settings with DLSS set to performance. And all other settings to high. This is why I like in-game benchmarks. Games with in-game benchmarks are really nice for seeing where your PC stands in terms of performance. Real quick, Twitch chat, I'm going to run a manual ad just to get rid of pre-rolls for people coming into the stream so that they don't have to get saddled with like watching 5 ads before they can even start watching. So I'll see y'all in 60 seconds. This will still be running. Now, the one thing about 1080p is that you can get a great gaming experience with a 1080p monitor, but what you want to avoid is getting one that's too large. Because right now I'm looking at a 32-inch 4K monitor, right? Now, imagine that be a 32-inch 1080p monitor. That's taking this number of pixels right here and stretching them out over the pixel density is much lower than 27 inches is the maximum I would go with 1080p. I would not go any higher than that. Even then, you're pushing it a little bit. Damn. Still 67. Wait, 67? How was that right? I'm like 74. Was I wrong? Did I read the numbers backwards? Oh, well, we'll see. See what it says at the end. Hey, Mike, you got any updates on inventory coming in at all? Any word on that from your distribution? I have seen a couple of boutique SIs starting to get stuff. I will say the latency is much better. It's at like 45. So 3070 Ti, 1080p Blackmouth Wukong, all high settings with full ray tracing, and medium settings with DLSS on set to performance. Very playable, 75 FPS, very nice. Was how much? 75. Okay, so we got to rerun these two, then run it at 1080p, all with no ray tracing. Let's just get those numbers. Let's get it out of the way. So first, I'm going to turn off ray tracing, run 1080p, and then run the other two. Oh, I just got an Easter ad for chocolate this early. Not even March. Wow. Impressive. Settings, graphics, full ray tracing. Aww. E, confirm, restart. Gotta quit. And then open it. Alucard, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that. I would run this without DLSS, but I apparently cannot run it without some kind of super sampling or just upscaling or something. This should run pretty high. Yeah, we're over 100 now. Latency is pinned at 40. Now it's down to 37, 36 average latency. Yeah. I mean, you'd think for an action game you'd want something like that, but they really put a lot of work into the visuals. It's not very well optimized. That's how that goes. DLAA? I think it was an option. Oh. I don't know if I'm going to use those reports from FrameView. I don't know if it's on the same toggle. I mean, I went with something familiar. That little guy creeping around. Creeping. Average FPS 103. I guess I don't need to go through an entire benchmark. It's just I like that page at the end where it shows everything to be part of my recording. So if I'm like, wait, what was I running here? What did I have on? And I go back in and I can look at it. Looking at that page is how I figured out, oh, it's still running FSR. Well, there's an Nvidia card. We might as well run DLSS. And yeah, that's something. It's despite that I just did. It's more or less thoughts on something. Sure. What do you got, DJ? Well, DJ King, I should say. I guess I can just keep using this thing for future benchmarking of cards and stuff. That might be pretty cool. Be good to have a dedicated system for that. Having a 9800X 3D is a good option for that. 104 is what this got. We got 107 on FrameView, but that was for only a specific portion of it. Okay, so I'm going to run 1440p, and 4K will be done with Black Myth Wukong. We got to have that consistency in testing. Some kind of consistency. I'm not trying to do, I'm not trying to do anything absolute here, but I'd like it to be somewhat consistent. Settings, display, 1440. Just to be sure, graphics and ray tracing is off. Okay. The high settings. That looks pretty damn good. That's my thing, guys. Like, ray tracing is awesome, but games look good without it too. It's not a necessity. So if you're like, oh, that looks really good, you can go get an AMD card and just turn off ray tracing. There you go. But I will say I did notice a difference with ray tracing on, and it looked damn good. This is just all, it's just not real time on this. Now, once we get to the 4070 Ti and 5070 Ti, we are going to try frame gen. We are going to try that. Because then I'll have a recording of how it looks, how it runs. I want to see that. Average FPS, 80. All right. PC latency at 51, still playable, still good. 1% low is 73, that's good. Okay, I'm going to take those numbers. With it being DLSS instead of FSR, I got a higher frame rate, and it looks good. There's none of that weird banding thing going on that was happening. Not banding, but it was like a old VHS effect. It's not happening anymore. That's good. So, if you play this and you have an Nvidia card, switch it to DLSS, because this is pretty smooth. And I haven't seen, like, there's nothing in the grass there like we had previously with I believe I had FSR on. A little bit of sparkling going on in that water there, but nothing crazy. Like, if I was just running around in this game, I probably wouldn't notice that. Make a break over detail all the time. So would WoW retail being an add-ons heavy kind of gameplay better with the 9800X 3D? For the cache, I'm thinking said online that the CPU, it's a CPU. Oh, okay. So it's CPU bound type of game. Then yeah. I mean, also 7800X 3D. If you're not concerned about doing stuff other than gaming, you can also go for the 7000 series version. Okay. So that gave us 88 FPS there. I put 80, so I guess I should put it at 88 because that was 80 for only that section. And we go to 4K. That's it for this game after we do that. It's going to take us forever if we run like 6 tests on every game. And that's why, guys, whenever you see these videos from like Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech Tips, all these other channels, hardware unboxed, all that, they spend hours upon hours upon hours gathering data. We're doing things differently here. But even then, it's going to take a while. Wow, okay. See how that goes. Oh yeah. That dude looks so down. What's wrong, buddy? Okay. The character designs look super cool. Ooh. I don't know if you saw that right up there with his head, his hair, but it was looking a little weird. Did you get the 28 gig Monster Hunter Wild benchmark? No? Maybe I should? Angel Salazar, is Skytech Gaming a good website to buy a pre-built PC? Yes. Angel, if you want, you can come back on Tuesday. I'm going to be doing PC matchmaking again then. Tomorrow night, I have a PC to unbox. That's going to be an interesting one, by the way. But right now, we're doing just benchmarking GPUs right now. Yeah, you're watching on YouTube. Check the... Okay, so there's no description there for it. It's not in the description, but if you look at my PC matchmaking streams, in the description is a link to a form you can fill out, and that gets you on the list to get help. But if you just want to get yourself something from Skytech, I can at least give you a discount. It's code SWARM, SWARM. And that'll give you a nice discount. But if you want me to look through the systems there and find one that's right for you, then fill out that form and get yourself on the list. I can even... Here, let me do this. Let me just get that link right there, copy it over. And that's the form right there. 75 FPS at 4K. Holy jeez. Ray tracing off with, that just goes to show you guys. Let me show you what the other result was before. It was 63. So switching from FSR to DLSS makes a huge difference. That is a massive difference. And then going to ray trace brings it down to 34. Did I have DLSS on for that 34? I hope so, because we're done. Now we're going to do something similar in Cyberpunk 2077. Actually, let's switch over here. I'm going to see if I can find that... see if I can find that Monster Hunter Wild benchmark. I don't know if it's on Steam, but if it's not, I'm not going to bother. That's a big download, though, but hey. Monster Hunter Wild benchmark. Oh boy. Hey, it's a benchmark. I want it. 26.28 gigs. You lied to me. You said it was 28. Okay, it's downloading now. That's going to take a while. Let's go ahead and get into Cyberpunk. Step Sec, what's up? Grinding some benchmarks there, bud? Yep. Yeah, it's fun times. I would have had a video out for this, but I got the card. I got the card from Nvidia like Monday, and that's just not enough time to do. So I figured I would show the process. Nothing wrong with that. We're still early on here, too. We're still on the 3070 Ti. Oh, my God. Why are you a single-player game? Oh, my God. Okay. So right now in 1440p. Let's see here. Let's start it at 4K. Now what are we doing here? Oh my God, the transformer model for convolutional neural network, which is a previous model. DLSS super resolution is on auto, DLA, but we're going to go to... It was running performance in Black Myth Wukong. Should I stick to that? Let's see what pops up. Set it all the time. A little too high, but... Nice, cool idea. I forgot for a minute how much ray tracing reduces the frames. Been playing Starship Troopers with RT on and didn't think to be checking my frames. Yeah. Tried to mirror it in my Quest VR while running 4K RT on my... Ooh, yeah. You want that off. Like, frame rate is so critical for VR. Here I can just turn it all off. Let's do that. RT is on in Ultra. Is that your auto setting for this, really? We did medium for the other one, so we'll do medium here. Okay, medium ray tracing. You're doing a custom preset, sure. We turned off DLSS and frame generation. Not that it works on 3070 Ti, but still, let's go ahead and apply that and run the benchmark. Bam. Well, your RAM's not going to help you much with the gaming side. RAM capacity is not going to do anything for you in terms of gaming, unless you don't have enough. 3080 Ti. The 9900X is going to become basically 9070X, 9700X once you turn on a game because of core parking. But yeah. I think with ray tracing cores, each advancement has improved it more, but I'm not sure we've reached the point where game development of same games has been matched and need it without AI. We ask for more high fidelity frames and people spend more time critiquing the quality of how the game looks than actually enjoying the game, in my opinion. There are sometimes Ghost Poner, by the way, what's up? When there are actual, what the hell? 5 FPS. Okay, so this does not work with a 3070 Ti without DLSS. Can I not quit this? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Good Lord. I guess we'll run freaking DLSS on all the testing for this. Might as well. Still holding off. Okay. EVGA comes back in the video posts more improving raster. I can't see EVGA coming back to GPUs, and if they do, I can't see them getting back in bed with Nvidia. I don't see that happening. They were very public with their displeasure with Nvidia, and Nvidia doesn't forget that stuff. It's not happening. It would be great. I'd love to be proven wrong on that. I mean, we didn't care when we were playing on a PS3 with bumped down graphics for 720. Sure. I mean, it didn't work anyway in Cyberpunk, so we had bigger things to worry about. Okay, so DLSS in performance mode. Let's see how much of a difference. We got 5 FPS there. Let's see what that looks like now with medium ray tracing. But yeah, TEF and Stack, I don't see EVGA coming back to GPUs. And if they do, it'll be maybe AMD, maybe Intel, probably never NVIDIA. Unless there's new leadership at EVGA. Then NVIDIA might consider it. Because, like, they don't need EVGA. Look at this difference. Like, that's close to playable at 40 FPS. DLSS is crazy. It's insane what it can do. Is it going to look perfect? No. But now you can suddenly play Cyberpunk at 4K with a 3070 Ti. That's bananas. I'm going to go ahead and do the frame view when we go out this door right there. So that's when I'm going to try to hit it every time. No, DJ, that's it. I wanted to see what it would do. But, like, this is why it bothers me when people talk down about DLSS. Like, say you're trying to get to a point where you can game at 4K. You can afford the monitor right now or the GPU right now, but not both. If you have this card, you can get the monitor and start gaming like that. With medium ray tracing on. Like, I could turn ray tracing off and do better than that. That's not super playable at 41 FPS, but the latency was 47 milliseconds average. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna do more of this. This is Cyberpunk 4K with RT on. and that was 41. Now, what if we turn this off? Let's try it again with no ray tracing. This was the point of DLSS, well, for the most part. Oh yeah. I mean, what Nvidia's trying to do is instead of having baked-in lighting, they're trying to do real-time lighting, but it's really hard to do. So they do it at a lower resolution, let DLSS upscale it, and now DLSS can also generate frames. And it's not extrapolation, but it can seem like extrapolating from that base frame rate. So yeah, like at this point, why turn off ray tracing? It's actually doing a little worse with ray tracing off. What the hell am I looking at? Crazy. And Andy says, holy hell, those ads are loud. Sorry about that. Ads are always, they're like, the whole thing about advertisements is that they want them to be louder than whatever you're watching, so it grabs your attention. It's stupid, I hate it, and I can't do anything about it. I have nothing to do with how the ads are chosen, how they're played, any of that. In fact, I had ads turned off for YouTube for a long time, until it was, I was like, wait, I think this is hurting my discoverability on YouTube probably. And apparently it kind of does, so... YouTube's like, oh, you don't want to run mid-roll ads? All right, well, we're not going to promote your stream then. Thanks, YouTube. Appreciate it. Okay, that's a little improved, but not what I was expecting. 46.21. It was lower for a minute there. Actually, let me move this here. 41. This is 46. That's, yeah, not super playable, but it's surprising anyway. Okay, settings, we're going to go to 1440p. And under graphics, it is RT off still with DLSS performance. .3080 Ti does well with my 4K monitor, but then again, it's only WoW I'm playing, so yeah, that should be fine for it to run that. Getting the same FPS with no ray tracing, maybe a little higher in certain areas. Yeah, really close. Run the game at 1440p on 4K monitor and reduce settings to medium. I mean, you can. You'd want to run it full screen though. That's not what I'm doing. This does show you the resolution difference between 4K and 1440p. Yeah, that's running pretty good. And once we get up to the 4070 Ti, we'll get a number with regular frame gen. And then when we're on the 5070 Ti, we can do multi-frame gen. I really want to see what it looks like. I don't mind them, no content creator. Is there a chance that your audio level is low? Maybe my volume was up for you, then the ad does its volume game on top of that. Ads are just boosted. Their audio is boosted. You know, it's always like that. It's not like it was like that since probably just at broadcast television before cable TV. Maybe. I don't know. It's just always been the case as far as my understanding. Ads are going to be louder. It sucks. Now, if you're watching on a TV, some TVs have a thing where they'll balance your audio. So, but, you know, computers don't do that. There's probably a plugin you can get for that. But yeah. 84. All right. I hear the video looks smoother, but it doesn't make the gameplay more responsive. It actually, so some reviewers have said it adds latency. Some have said it, like, if you watched the LTT review of the 5090, it didn't add much latency. Or maybe even reduced it a little bit. I don't know. But it's for smoothing, yes. Is it worth getting up to get in line for one of these if I have a 4070 Super Easy Jake Oven? Probably not. If you have 40 series, and you're fine. You don't want to buy a new GPU every generation. Only if you're trying to do, like, if you're trying to go up to 4K, because the 4K performance is not bad. Well, in Cyberpunk, it was a little rough. It's hard to say. If you want the boost, if you want to go from 12 gigs of VRAM to 16, there's always that. Loving the live streams recently. Maybe I can go ad free on my end on phone at work this evening. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for watching while you're working. I appreciate that. But yeah, I personally use YouTube Premium. It helps because I watch YouTube for most of my entertainment. I mean, I pick up each GPUs each generation if I can. Alucard, that's the thing, is that you're an enthusiast. You build PCs. Why wouldn't you, right? But for someone who has one PC, who is on their first PC, and is not sure, like, when you need to upgrade, you'll know. Stuff won't run. You're not gonna be able to run games you want to run, things like that. That's when you need to upgrade. If you're wondering whether you should upgrade, you probably shouldn't. It should be a certainty. So the ray tracing on 73.2, so very playable. I don't have to put on, I can just put R2. Fine. I'll know what it means. Is that 72? 73. Very playable right there. Okay. Okay. No frame generation. Doesn't even give us the option. I didn't run the freaking thing. That's fine. Then let's go down to 1080p. Run it there. Not like, it doesn't matter whether I think it's viable. It does need to be run. A lot of people still using 1080p. Look at how small that is in 4K. But that's fine. If you have a monitor, its native resolution is 1080p. You're probably still having a great time gaming. Ignore this. So we'll leave ray tracing on. First 70 Ti hold back will be the 8 gigs of VRAM. Everything's been running. I don't know if you noticed, but all these games have been running. I was able to run 4K Cyberpunk. It might have been held back by the level of VRAM because it has to, like, work around that, but still running. And there are some things, like neural shaders, things like that, that are supposed to, in 50 series, reduce the necessary VRAM. And Nvidia is certainly going to be leveraging that whenever they launch a 5060 with 8 gigs of VRAM. They're going to be like, yeah, but you don't need as much. Well, look here. We've been told a lot of stuff. This is why I just want to run these tests so that you guys can see it. Games working with 8 gigs of VRAM. Now, is that quote-unquote future-proofed? No. And some games will complain to you if you don't have enough VRAM. But we have not run into that yet in the 2 AAA titles that we've run. That's nice. Saxy1 says, seems like 3070 Ti is still no slouch here. That's right, Saxy1. How's it going, by the way? I'm honestly, DLSS is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. No doubt. It's just, man, we're trying to run 4K. I was like, you know what? We're just running all these tests with DLSS on. I'm not trying to be the next big hardware review outlet. I'm just testing this stuff. Look at that, 99.29 at 1080p, not bad with RT on. Oops. Let me do this. There we go, and it was 99. The downside is I didn't get what the latency was, but we'll just turn RT off and get it there. so am I. Soonish odds are. Yeah. I mean, they've been saying that since, you know, you had, I mean, since like what, the 3060 Ti had 8 gigs and this had 8 gigs. They've been saying that forever. 4 years ago, they were saying that. So I'm not overly concerned about it. It's just for my usage, because I don't just game. I do productivity stuff, video production stuff, all that, effects, everything like that. It's all the things that you could possibly use VRAM for. I do a lot of them. For my purposes, but for someone who's just gaming at 1080p, yeah, you're fine with 8 gigs. Latency is 20 milliseconds. Very nice. Forza Motorsports says stuff about 8 gigs of VRAM. I think Doom does too. So anything you can do SA Weekly again? No, I know. It's been like, it's never been a good time to bring it back, unfortunately, with a lot of life stuff going on. I just need to bite the bullet and do it. DJ. On a laptop with a 4078 gig. Yeah, I mean, what? Some game, like I said, some games will do that. Ooh, yeah. 111 with 23 milliseconds of latency. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Well, what else should we run? I played a lot of Cyberpunk. It was such a good game. I mean, the 5090 was one everyone's hyped for due to extra VRAM. I mean, yeah, for those doing prosumer stuff, that 32 gigs of VRAM is viable. For people who are just gaming, 32 gigs of VRAM is ridiculous. Let's see. I can run 3D Mark. You could do that just to get some 3D Mark tests done. But synthetic benchmarks are not really what I'm in here for. Got Marvel Rivals. They don't have a benchmark in there, unfortunately. Could run some CS2. That's why I have frame view, because I can actually record certain parts of it. Let's take a look at some of that. Hold on. Okay, bam. Go there. Because I think it's a CSV. Just get out of here. Oh. Oh, okay, so this one actually labels what game it is. Interesting. Let's see if I can read this. And it's getting hot in here because it's pretty cold in Texas right now. Well, okay, what the hell do I do with this information? Oh, Lord. Ah! I'm gonna need to figure out how to parse this information. GPU memory clock, CPU 0 clock. Latency. Look at these latency numbers right here. Look at that. Good Lord, that's a lot of data. Jacob, how do I use this info? I'll get there. Why is it telling me every like millisecond or whatever what my CPU is? I'm not going to swap my CPU mid benchmark. It seems not useful to me. Well, all right. I'll just keep logging stuff, and I guess we'll take a look at it later. Like once I can figure out how the hell to collate, parse the info. Yeah. Oh, you're doing RAM disk drive. Okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. Not a typical use case, that's for sure. Do you think AMD could come in and surprise everyone with the 9070 and 9070 XT? I don't know if there's really any surprises anymore. They keep leaking too much information. Appreciate that, DJ King. I do. I'll bring that back. You come out with a new gaming console. Oh, okay, the Bray Station. I like that. That's funny. What's up, Sailor? Welcome. All right, so we're going to keep utilizing frame view to capture data because data is always good. It's just utilizing it is the problem. So that means I can go in and maybe play some Marvel Rivals or CS2 and just capture 30 seconds. Although I don't need 30 seconds, I think. I think I could go with less time. I could literally do like 10 seconds and have a third of that insane amount of data. No, I know. Okay, I know it's already running. Okay, okay, it's over here. It's right here. All right. Let's change that to 10 seconds. Getting an average of FPS over 10 seconds is not bad. That's fine. It even captures performance per watt, which is nice. But that's in the on-screen display, not OSD. It's the overlay. All right, that's what that is. Easy friend told me, modern friend told me about RAM disk, and I had to join the club. No, it is cool. It is cool. It's not something I've ever done, but I did know. I knew about it. All right, let's just do some CS2 bot action here. Capture at a couple different frame rate, a couple different resolutions. Maybe then we're gonna I want to try more things, but like we have 2 more GPUs to do all these tests on, so it's a lot. What time is it? Oh my God, is it really that late already? Almost 11 o'clock. This isn't about the 3070 Ti. It's supposed to be, Okay, display supports G-Sync, but it's not currently enabled. I believe they wanted me to disable G-Sync anyway. Man, should I just skip this and just go to the next GPU already? No, let's just run a couple little tests. All right, so what are we at right now? Video is at, 4K. Refresh rate. Can we unlock that, please? Why is it at 60 hertz? You have V-Sync on or something? But no, that would sync to the monitor. Oh, hold on. I might have it still. No. What? You know what? There. How do you like that? I probably have it still set up. It hasn't affected any of our frame rates. But I should set this to the right. Yeah, it's there. Okay. It's my capture card maxes out at 4K 120. What it is. Now, it doesn't matter much because you're not going to see... You're seeing like 30 FPS anyway, or 30 hertz, 30 FPS right now. So it doesn't matter much, but it bothers me. Pep and Stuck, how long does it take to load and then unload a game from RAM? If you mostly play like 1 or 2 games, I'm sure it's not a problem, but like Okay, there we go. 120. There we go. Nice. Now, because of this, we don't need to do the on-screen display of FPS. We're just going to go ahead and go back. Practice. Just 2 because I'm basic. Fight some bots. It might, yeah. But I might have to reset that every time I put in a new, the new GPU. Oh, I guess I did this mode. Sure. Yay, I haven't ate it. I'm not good at this. Problem is this isn't repeatable. I need to get out of this and get out of deathmatch and get into the regular, because when it starts with a round, then it's repeatable. Play, there we go, casual. Practice, casual. What is this? Yeah, I'm going to be showing up in different areas. It's just better if I do it from starting from spawn. So that's what I'm trying to do every time. Well, okay. I guess nobody wants to hang out with me. Really? All right. I haven't, like, seriously played Counter-Strike in such a long time. It's insane. Pretty sure we already got our benchmark. I should have hung out by the bomb. Just go in. Yep. How dare you? I didn't see the summary. Damn it. All right, let's try that again. I'm going to run it one more time, and I'm going to try to get the summary. No. Damn it. Keep my freaking settings. All right. I need to see the summary on the top right so I can throw a number in there. All right, that's it. Lone Vaquero, what's up? How old is this game? CS2 came out very recently. Less than a year ago. Maybe. All right, do what I did. Boop and boop. Okay, 362 at 4K. Not bad at all. So I tell you guys, you really don't need to get the latest and greatest all the time if you know what you're going to play. And if you know it runs, it's pretty easy to run. Mine? Thank you. Could have been a one-shot. Okay. All right. I think what I said, 372? I didn't know. I couldn't tell if that was a buddy or not. All right. No. Counter-Strike 2 recently came out. You're thinking about CSGO. You should play some CSGO, sir. I think most people are going to be playing CS2 if they're playing Counter-Strike, like, that are, I don't know.
I don't know. I guess people... I thought you couldn't play CSGO anymore, so... Like, oh, it's going good, though. We're going to go to 1440p. Video. Oh, I was at 1440. Dang it. Wait, where's 4K? Why is that not an option? Am I dumb? Did I do something dumb? Hold on. Is my resolution for... Let me see the... Why am I at 1440? What the hell happened? My resolution got switched to 1440 for some reason. It might be when I did this. This is probably switching it to 1440. Yeah, it is. I guess we gotta stay at 60 Hz. The capture card is the worst capture card. I hate it so much. I want to get a new freaking HDMI 2.1 capture card so I can do my damn job. I should put plain 60. You know, I'm not even going to do this. I'm just going to go back and just change it to 4K. And I need to change that number to being for the 1440p. Okay. And just check. Yes. All right. I thought that seemed a little high for 4K, but what are you gonna do? You know? CS2, 4K. Now let's run. No, I want to have this the same. There you go. All right. Now I got to run this at 4K, and it's not going to let me. There we go. And this says it's full screen. How about I quit? Why do you still look like that? There we go. Shouldn't have done windowed full screen. What? Stop that. Stop it. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. I really don't need to buy the... There we go. No, not that. Smoke. Okay, right here. Bam. $211. Okay. That's right, it's only doing 10 seconds. Alright, well that works. Okay. And we shall do 1080p. Yeah, but I haven't played Counter-Strike just to play it in a really, really long time. $1920 by 1080. Let's go. I'd buy one. The Bray Station would never need upgrade. It's a complete machine. DJ King, if I ever made a console, it would be upgradable. It would be a PC, basically. Okay. Wow, that. There we go. All right. $317. All right, I can't see nothing. I don't think I got a good enough test of 1440p with the smoke. I basically caused the FPS to dip a lot by dropping that smoke, and maybe I shouldn't do that. Let me run it again. That was the only time I really ran the smoke like I should have. So let's just run it without that. Let's just go back to spawn. Hi guys, awkward. Why? Oh man, I was about to hit it. Okay. Well, now we're up in the 380s. So yeah. At this point, we're pretty much CPU bound. And of course, this is really high because 9800X3. But still. Can y'all please let me play? All right, I just want to play, please. This is probably going to take less time than bots running around trying to kill each other. $370. Crazy. 1440p and 1080p about the same. $370. There we go. I think that's probably enough for this GPU. Let's move on. I forgot to put Guardians of the Galaxy on here. I got Red Dead Redemption. I got so many. You guys wanted me to do another stream like this at some point? I didn't even do the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark. No, let's go. Let's I gotta move on. I haven't even done the 4070 Ti yet. No 3D Mark benchmarks? No, I wanted to do real world performance. You want 3D Mark benchmarks? You can check reviews. I thought about it for a bit, but I just wanted to test games, man. Those benchmarks are out there. Heck, 3D Mark benchmarks for 3070 Ti have been out for many years. I wouldn't be showing you anything you don't know already. But I guess we're going to be streaming pretty late tonight. I should have started this early, and I wanted to. Just couldn't do it. Even then, even starting it at 8, I started a little bit late. So this thing is still awesome. It's still very good. The 3070 Ti is still a very good card. You can talk about the 8 gigs of VRAM if you want. 2 AAA titles and an Esports high refresh rate title, all that high frame rate title ran great on here with no problems. So I'd say 3070 Ti is still a banger. Now, 4070 Ti, 4 gigs more of VRAM. I already went over all the spec bumps between all the generations. Let's get this thing in here. Let's get some games going. Ah, my case. Oh. It's also crazy. Guys, this is how quick it is to upgrade your GPU, by the way. It is one of the easiest things to upgrade in your PC. Because it's front and center. It's a few screws and a latch and your power cable. That's it. Yeah. Now you got to make sure your drivers are up to date and all that. And if you're switching between AMD or Nvidia or Intel, you got to make sure to use DDU to completely clear out your drivers before you put in the new ones. But it is very, very. I don't know why I'm putting all the screws in. I don't need that. It's there. We don't need these cables no more. Now we use the famous and widely loved and appreciated 12VH PWR cable here. Note the sarcasm. It is what it is, guys. The biggest company in the world wants you using that cable. You're going to use that cable, I guess. Hopefully they change that policy. We want all of our GPUs to use these cables rated at 600 watts. Our new flagship GPU uses 575, by the way. Not great. Not great. I'd heard speculation that there were going to be some AIB cards that use 12V 2x6 plus at least one 8-pin PCIe power cable. That would have been fine. That would have been great. Or just two 12VH PWR for the higher end cards, because higher end power supplies, some of them come with dual connectors, dual ports for that. Just like that. There you go. Yeah, this was great. All right, we'll do more stuff like this. It'll help me practice, get a good methodology to testing this kind of stuff. So, and if I'm doing this kind of stuff, it makes sense to stream it. Hang out with you guys while I do it. Have that transparency. Lone Vaquero said, I wonder how many frames I could get if I double down on CPU, GPU, and RAM. 250. Okay. You can't use, no, 250-90s aren't going to help you that way. You can only use it if it's for a different purpose. You can have a secondary GPU for like encoding or rendering, things like that. You can't, you can't do that. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, you're saying 2 CPU sockets. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. I only brought that up because it was a thing before. Oh, I should probably plug in the graphics card. HDMI. There we go. There's no real power reason cards up to 5080 can't use 8 pins. I know. We're already back up and running. And the startup on this thing is so fast. I love SSDs. That's dumb that you can't combine the power of 2 GPUs. Well, NVLink, or, it was a thing, or SLI thing, And it had to be supported by game devs. It had to be supported by Nvidia, and it didn't always work very well. It really didn't. If you want to see the last time the last time it was done by like a channel doing it, I think Lens Tech Tips did a video with two 3090 Ti's, and they were like, yeah, this still isn't good. All right, Skeeter. Yeah, I hope to be back on Sunday. Okay. That's odd. Default display settings is not coming up for some reason. I think that would be a pretty important feature. What's up, John Paul Bacon? How you doing? Also, we would need a neighboring nuclear reactor to power the whole rig. Yeah, what the hell's going on? Needed to fix it. Alright. Well, I was gonna try a PowerShell thing, but yeah, we'll do that. Wow. It's just straight up not giving me the start menu. Actually, no, we'll do this way instead. Nope. Basically, I have to reset the quote-unquote immersive control panel. But rebooting does exactly that, so it should be fine. Let it finish initializing. With better support now, would Crossfire SLI make a comeback and maybe let us use cards without paying through the nose? No. The thing about it is, John, that even when it was still a feature, it wasn't on anything but the most expensive cards. They didn't want us doing it. They didn't want people to be using it as a way to get around buying their more expensive stuff. Yo, there we go. Yeah, turning it off and on again is usually the way to go, but I wanted to see if there was a command that I could put into PowerShell or something like that to get it to fix, and there was, but this works just as well. Okay, let's see what our temps are like. guess I don't need hardware info if there's temps right here. Let me see also what I had for my... Hold on a second. Oh yeah. So now I'm going to use this as a guide as to what I need to do in order to, like, what I need to run. So if we're going to benchmark in 1440, let's do that. I might have to do another stream further testing the 5070 Ti. I spent way too long figuring out what I wanted to test, and there's more stuff I want to do. So I might just have to do a few of these, and then what'll happen is we'll have a good amount of base info to compare the 5070 to. And I don't have a 4070 on hand. I do have a 4070 Super. That's not a direct comparison to previous gen, so that really bothers me. Which is why I'm not, I mean, I don't have a 4070 Ti Super just laying around. That's why it's like, it makes sense to do that instead. Okay. 220 average FPS. Got it. That's a, damn. 3070 Ti had 131. 4070 Ti got 220 in firm mark. All right, we'll benchmark 1440p. What was our max? I mean, 71 degrees on the GPU is what we hit. All right, so let's benchmark 4K. Oh, well then stop running it. There you go. Had to do that. If you need a 4070, I can send you one for testing. Might take you up on that. I don't know if I'm getting a 5070. The thing is, I worry because I really wanted to do I wanted to do a full video and address everything, talk about everything that I wanted to talk about. It's just the card came in too late for me to get that video out. So I worry that, I mean, I'm not a huge channel. They only have so much allocation to give to content creators. I don't know if, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to do it or not. Oh, one thing I forgot to even talk about, because we haven't talked much about the pricing thing yet. Only a little bit. But let's run this. So, one reason I think the pricing is so out there, although it was already clear with the 5080, 5090 that AIB partners were just going to be pricing things at whatever they wanted to. Only like Gigabyte and Zotac and PNY had cards that were at MSRP. Whereas the other brands didn't have any, except this 5070 Ti was supposed to be 750, and it's like, oh, but wait, it's 900. We don't even know. So this has happened before with cards that do not get a Founders Edition. The Founders Edition is if it's available and at MSRP, like there's something keeping AIB partners trying to be competitive to Nvidia. Nvidia is not competing with the 5070 Ti's from AIBs, so they're all going kind of crazy with it. I mean, most of them are starting like at $800 or no, like $900. It's crazy. So I think not making a Founders Edition was a mistake there, because AIBs apparently weren't feeling like being competitive price-wise. So it's pretty disappointing. 104 FPS in 4K versus 70. Okay, nice. All right, let's go to Black Myth Wukong. I spent a long time trying to figure that. No, I didn't want to submit it. Damn it. Why would I want to submit a 4070 Ti? Who cares? All right. Black Myth Wukong. Let's go. First thing I need to test is 4K, no ray tracing, and then we'll do ray tracing with 4K. Isn't much difference between 4000 except for small advancements in the 4070 Super Series and above. I think 4070 introduced new RAM and new version of ray tracing cores. Well, there's also new architecture. They went to the 4 nanometer architecture. That's the thing. Between the 40 series and 50 series, it's still on that 4 nanometer. So, like, that's where a lot... Is it 4? It's 4, right? Yeah, I believe so. That's where a lot of the advancement comes from in terms of efficiency and power. Efficiency and performance. It comes with shrinking the process. And they didn't do that from 40 series to 50 series. Everything else is improved. I showed you guys that. I showed you the charts that I made based on the data that I got. What are we at? So settings. We have ray tracing off. Okay, DLSS on at, we want to go to just where it says performance at 40. Okay, display, oops, apply changes, yes, display is at 4K. So we are with DLSS, performance, frame gen is off, ray tracing off. Let's go. We will have to turn on frame gen because 40 series did get frame gen. Wait, is it saying 4070 Ti Super? Wait, what? Where? The card said 4070 Ti on the card, like on the label. Oh man, are you kidding me? Really? Where is it saying that? I should have looked. Well, I guess if that's what I'm testing, that's what I'm testing. And I was all about like, oh, Super wouldn't be the right same. It wouldn't be the right analog for if it's not the right predecessor. God, how did I not test that and check it out? The label says 4070 Ti. No S, no nothing afterwards. Thanks, PNY. Firmark sensors didn't work on PC World Stream earlier, showing 255 Celsius. Good lord. Do you need hardware info? Probably. All right, yeah, 90, whatever. I just ran the thing. Let's see what it says. No, I didn't turn on. Okay, we're gonna have to redo this. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I didn't. Well, first off, PNY are idiots for not putting Super in the SKU on the label. That's on them. Maybe I read it wrong. Could be me. But I'm an idiot for not just going in here and checking what it is. Well, guess what, everybody? We're checking it against the 4070 Ti Super. All right, my title's wrong. My whole methodology is wrong. Okay, neat. And this information is wrong because none of it includes 4070 Ti Super information. Awesome. Good job, me. Could have opened this, and I would have seen it right there. I'm about to throw this camera through a window because it keeps just centering wrong. I probably need to just change it in the way it's done there, and then I can recenter it, but whatever. I'm just upset at myself right now. This is the thing, guys. I don't have a huge stack of hardware. This was I was like, okay, cool. I don't have a 4070 Ti Super. It makes more sense to test 4070 Ti. This is good. Great, cool. I'll use this. This isn't even my card. I have to send it back. Like, I don't own this card. It was out of a system I'm sending back. So should have known what was in it. That's my fault. That's how and why Crossfire SLI first came about due to its current. Yeah, okay. SLI is gone. It's dead. It's it was killed by Nvidia and it was killed by game devs. We didn't utilize it. Does this new card have that PC? I haven't even, Ruto, I haven't even gotten to use it yet. Sure, these settings are fine. Oh, hold on. Wait. Why didn't it keep my settings? That's really dumb. So upset with myself for this. God. If I had looked, like I was like looking at it, I was like, yeah, 4070 Ti, perfect, okay, cool. And I have a 3070 Ti. This is going to be a great piece of content or stream. All I had to do was plug it in and just see what it said. Did not do that. No, it's okay, Alucard. It's fine. It was supposed to be today. It was supposed to be on the day I was testing all three. It was going to be a fun stream. I started later than I wanted to. I apparently didn't have the right hardware. It's just me being unprepared. The thing is, I don't agree with testing the 5070 Ti versus 4070 Ti Super. First off, you can't even buy the freaking thing, so it doesn't matter. But secondly, it's not a direct comparison. It's not apples to apples because it wasn't the same class of card. It's a slightly higher class of card. But I get it. People are probably thinking like, oh, the problem is this. People are going to say that like, oh no, test it versus the 4070 Ti Super because that's what I have and I want to know if I should upgrade. You do not go, if you're going to upgrade from a 4070 Ti Super, go to like a 5080 or wait until 60 series. Don't go make a lateral move like that. It's a waste of money. You're not gonna be able to resell your 4070 Ti Super for as much. Maybe you will because of availability stuff, but like still, it's a used part. Just enjoy it. I think there's an unhealthy view on upgrades out there where it's like, oh, new stuff came out. I need that new stuff or I'm not real gamer. That's not how that works. The only benchmark that matters is enjoyment, says the guy running benchmarks on stream. That's all right. At least I hadn't, at least knowing that before I ran a ton of benchmarks is helpful. It's just, I'm not just going to skip it now. The temptation is to go to the 5070 Ti and just say, forget it. But I'm not going to do that. Okay. All right. Well, 103 at 4K. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh, 91. 91 FPS. Okay. Let's just go to 1440p and 1080p because it restarts if you turn off ray tracing. With the used market right now, you can sell your 4070 plus GPUs for higher than MSRP, much easier. Like, that's nice and all, but doesn't that make you part of the problem? Like, even then, it's like, man, really, they're scalping used GPUs now? It's a little bit opportunistic, but I mean, hey, get your money, you know. You're not a... It's you selling your used stuff at market value, then that's fine. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but I mean, if it helps you get your upgrade, whatever, it's fine. As long as you're not using that as an opportunity to take advantage of people like less experienced with PCs than you are. You know what I mean? I don't know why I'm getting all these frame view things, because I need something to spit out the info into, like to load the info into to just give me charts or something. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. And I know a lot of these guys that do this all the time, they have that. They have something like that. It's part of their workflow. I don't have that workflow established. Whenever I was doing pre-built reviews and putting charts in them, I was just manually doing all that. I mean, people are bidding like crazy for various GPUs, and most of those are those ones to try to upgrade each generation. Yeah, I mean, some people just want to be on the bleeding edge. It's whatever. I guess there's something to like games with DLSS. They narrow the gap, like they close the gap between cards, and it makes buying a higher end card seem wasteful. And for a lot of people though, it is wasteful to buy a really, like, the number of people who are just gaming that need a 5090, that, I mean, the number is zero. The number is zero of people who need a 5090 who are just gaming. That number is zero people need that. Now, if you're a competitive, like a pro gamer, you might be able to utilize that, but you're probably playing at 1080p. Like a 5090 is just it's too much, but they want the too much. They want that, they want the skill to be the only variable, right? But some people will still spend hundreds more than they need to. Like if you're gaming at 1440p, do you need a 5080? No. Just, you don't. And this is one, like things like these applications, these modifiers, right? Like DLSS, things like that. They are important. Yeah, sometimes it looks a little weird. Sometimes it's not going to be visually perfect. Or maybe latency's a tiny bit higher, or things like that. Like we're getting 36 milliseconds of latency at 1440p with no ray tracing or anything, but with DLSS, that's really, really good. That's fine. I would rock that. That'd be great. 118, all right. Not a massive improvement from 4K, but very playable. Like very good. That's very good. That's almost as much as this capture card can even handle. This capture card can only do 120. Let's do 1080p. What's up, SSA? How's it going? I was hoping to get a used Nvidia GPU. I am no longer going to do that. Okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I make a lot of my PCs for my Java listings, but I don't go crazy with getting so many GPUs for my own rigs. The saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure, is even more so true now. I don't think anyone could look at a GPU and think it's trash, but I guess maybe they watch some content, some YouTuber or whatever, like, this is my new PC, you got 5090 and blah, blah, blah. They might be like, okay, maybe I need that. That feeling, the FOMO, right? It can make what you have feel like trash, and it's not. Settings, 1080p. Display. I believe the 4070 versus 4070 Ti Super is like a 5% difference, but I could be wrong. No, it's a bigger difference than that. It's a pretty big difference. Unless you're saying 4070 Super versus 4070 Ti Super. Because the difference between the 4070 and 4070 Super was substantial. Like, surprisingly so. I mean, I did throw out a broken 3080. Kind of regret doing that. Yeah, yeah. Someone could have fixed it, probably. Used market is crazy right now. I wanted to build small AI models. Yeah, no, this is a really bad time to buy a GPU, just in general. Now, from what I understand, I mean, the AI capabilities of the 5070 Ti are supposed to be pretty awesome for the price, if you can get it for that price. If you can get it for 750, which is going to be hard. $4070 Ti versus 4070 Ti Super. That was a smaller. Yeah, you see, Alucard just leaving out a couple of letters makes a big difference in the statement you're making. I was like, no way. Yeah, like it's real different. Well, to me, the Super more compares with 4000 Super Series. But that's my opinion. What do you mean? Star Fox, what's up? Oh wow, I just realized on Twitch you have your source quality at 2160p. Yeah, it just showed up, so I was like, all right. And it's probably a partner thing. From what I understand, it looks pretty good. I don't usually go look at my VODs too much. God, is there any way I could like fast forward this? I gotta run 3 more of these. Come on, let's go. Because I've been using the in-game average, I need to use that. I need to wait for it to pop up. I should just be using the frame view average that pops up after the 10 seconds. If I got something, I was hoping to snipe a 4070 or 4070 Super for a good price. I understand that. It's just really hard right now. 5,000 and 5,000. Okay. Well, that's the thing, is I was not trying to benchmark cards that were close to each other. I was trying to benchmark the same exact SKU of card between each generation, and I screwed that up. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, Twitch chat, you'll be right back. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad manually, so turn off pre-rolls. It's going to run one automatically in 4 minutes anyway. This just helps me out a little bit. By the way, Motorman89 and Rob Zombie 1921, thank you for the follows. I appreciate you. That was a little while ago, but thank you. I think it was typoed. All good. I'm 6800, so I don't need the upgrade. It was more so I can do the encoding for small. Yeah. No, you need CUDA cores if you want to do AI stuff, because a lot of them are built on that. So no, Stable Diffusion was like, yeah, you need CUDA cores. Don't try to run anything else. All right, ad starting now. See you in 60 seconds. I'm just doing these benchmarks anyway. 134. 134. All right, time to turn on ray tracing. So I basically got to change the setting and then close this and reopen it. Take your time, game. Take your time. You don't need to have a cinematic splash screen on your benchmark app. Are you crazy? Graphics and full ray tracing on at medium. Perfect. Should have really run the, instead I should have run, if I'd known about the Monster Hunter Wilds one, I would have run that instead from the very beginning. Thanks, Jensen, for the CUDA requirements. Well, the thing is, Alucard, like, CUDA is one of the things that brought AI into mainstream, like that made AI easier to develop. Like actually, yes. Thank you, Jensen. Thank you, Nvidia, for CUDA cores, because like the 10% of all the AI nonsense out there that's actually useful exists because of CUDA cores. And sort of the multi-stream sort of shotgun processing that it does. It's crazy. And I mean, the way it handles it. Because you're taking that, and CUDA is what's allowing it to like, hey, I want these cores to be able to do this and interact and things like that. It's the worst explanation ever, but it's very, very fascinating how CUDA works. And that's why it's like, AMD's like, yeah, we're going to have an equivalent to that here at this point or whatever. And that'll make them good for AI if they do that. Better for AI if they do that. Okay, we'll go ahead and benchmark at 1080p. This is with full ray tracing on, set to medium like I did before with the 3070 Ti. Let's just keep this going. What's the general consensus as for what the price for AMD's new cards should be? I think they're going to go about $50 too high across the board. I think they're going to go $750 and like $650 or $600. And it should be like $550 for the 9070 and $650 for the $650, maybe $699 for the 9070 XT. They should not try to match the price of the 5070 Ti. They should undercut it because it's still lacking in some features. Like, they have to understand that. It's like, oh, well, our raster is this and our this and that. Okay, Nvidia broadcast. What's your answer to that? A lot of people want to stream out there. Nvidia broadcast, pretty cool. Plus, there's new features to it. Oh, well, our encoder is okay. How does it stack up against the 9th gen NVENC? You should probably charge a little less if it's not quite as good. Is it better than you had before, AMD? Yes. Is it as good as NVENC? Not really. Oh. There's still water on the screen, I guess. This feels as long as an actual hike right now. Like I'm actually hiking through the woods is how long this is taking. Playing a ray tracing game while using Nvidia broadcast can cause the game to run like crap though, too. Can it? I've not tried myself. But the thing is, like, it's a good feature on its own. Like, the Nvidia broadcast does things that are super cool. And then you can turn off ray tracing in most games. 99% of games you can turn off ray tracing. All right, 98 FPS with ray tracing. Cool. All right. And a substantial uplift, over almost 25% uplift over the 3070 Ti. But then again, it's not a comparable card because it's freaking super. Whatever. It's not a massive difference between the 4070 Ti and the 4070 Super. That is true. Change to 1440p, then 4K, then done on this game. We're in go mode, people. And supply, yeah, the supply sucks. It should be, supposedly, I was told, it should be better for the 5070 Ti. We will see. Time will tell. Why does Ray have to trace? Can he draw his own art? Why don't you ask the sun that? That's what they're basically mimicking. Well, on all lights, I guess. Might be the best idea for now. I would be good to wait for stock to replenish the prices and hopefully drop. Apparently, like, I saw Stints built got like 44090s, and so some stock is being delivered now to some SIs. Stints build is a smaller boutique builder, so they're not going to get a ton of them. So you should see some 5090s popping up at different SIs. It probably is time for me to try to reach out again to get a review unit because I want to review one, but whatever. Hiking boots on. My hope is getting a 4070 or 4070 Super for $400 or so. That's not happening. You're right. And it might not happen ever until they're older cards and people are selling them used. Because right now there's 4070 Supers out there that they're new, but they're like $7, $8, $50, $900, things like crazy prices because they're no longer being produced. Now, it makes sense that Nvidia had to stop production of 40 series because they're using the same fabs for 50 series because it's the same process node. So, oops. They haven't done that, like, I don't know in how long. So they're always able to have a little overlap, but I don't think they wanted overlap. Oh, it's doing the thing again in the grass. Interesting. I don't think they wanted overlap for one thing. They like to, have, but no, they literally could not produce both at the same time. Might try to get a 5070 Ti tomorrow, depending on what models are available. Well, we're going to see the performance here in a little bit. I just need to run 2 more games, and then we'll switch over. And then it's 5070 Ti time. I have not gotten to even plug this thing in. I took way too long with this. The thing is, I'm not in a position where I can have 3 concurrently running systems to test them quickly. I ain't at that status, so. I don't know, did I run the thing? I think I did. Okay, 85 FPS and 1440p with ray tracing. 1080 with 1440p. Is that 85? Damn. From 58 to 85. They just swapped the numbers out. It's pretty lazy, if you ask me. All right, trying 4K. Let's see if this is playable. It was not previously playable. It was just over 30 FPS average. Hoping to get a used card. And then anyone who looks for 5 minutes will realize their cards are worth a lot more than they were before launch of 50 series and before things stopped being available for sale. And it sucks. It sucks all around. Because like there's no overarching benefit to it. It's not like, oh, my card's worth so much more. But new cards are at MSRP, so I overall benefit. No, all GPUs are being overpriced right now and scalped in it. It sucks in general, unfortunately. Which would make more sense to be easier break on. Me moving to Texas, we're moving up to PA so we could work on that together. Well, I don't actually plan on staying here forever, so I wouldn't, but I already have places to move that I'm thinking of. I mean, PA would be cool because, Zach's there, Brett's there, UFD Tech is there, and they get to hang out and stuff and all that. I would like to be around where other content creators are. Oh, it's doing the thing again. You see that? It's doing that thing where it's like, that don't look good. It's not constantly doing it or anything. Oh, there it is. It's still doing it. It's doing a weird shifting thing. But our frame rate is better. It's at 56 FPS right now, but I think we're in playable territory here. Not so much latency-wise, and latency is bad in Black Myth Wukong, where precise inputs are important. 78 milliseconds of latency. That's bad. Tearing G-Sync. Well, I don't have G-Sync on or I don't have G-Sync on, so it's tearing a little bit. Really, the latency is the problem, but it doesn't look like NVIDIA Reflex is integrated into this game. Yeah, it's just some screen tearing though. I have a GPU, so I'm not worried about getting one. It was more something I wanted to do side project. Well, yeah, just give it time. Apparently, Mr. Yeaster is a Pennsylvanian as well, since he's close to Zach. Interesting. Doubt they wanted to overlap at these prices. 4080 sat on shelves last gen. They did. Yeah, we're getting playable frame rates here. That's nice. And yeah, if you turn on G-Sync, then you're not going to get screen tearing, and it'll be fine. Thank you for pointing that out, because I haven't experienced that in so long. I almost forgot what it looked like. I usually have those settings on. What I think I might do, y'all can't be here forever, right? Some of y'all are going to want to call it at midnight, whatever, or after. Well, it's already probably midnight. Almost. Let's skip the other ones, the other tests. I'll come back and do them later with this GPU. Let's go to the 5070 Ti. 63. We finished this one. We saw improvements. Or should I do Cyberpunk and then call it? Look at that. 63. Very playable. 4070 Ti. Very nice. Should we do Cyberpunk real quick and then move over? Not do Counter-Strike? Because that one takes a while because I have to like play the game some. It was actually pretty quick because I just do 10-second tests, but I can't actually collate that information very easily. Should we do Cyberpunk first? Might as well do it. Okay. Monster Hunter Wilds is a long shader comp. If you haven't already done it, might want to start it in the background if possible. If I do it in the background, Tech Blacksmith, by the way, what's up? If I do that in the background, it's going to slow everything else down. It can affect some numbers. So I'm not going to run that while I'm benchmarking other stuff. Okay. What are our temps been like? Max temp on the GPU has been 69.9. Nice, point nice. Okay. Well, I guess that would be 69.69. Anyway, all right, Cyberpunk, let's go. Do it. I got another hour and a half. Well, as long as you got that. Andy, you got it. Well, that looks a little odd, doesn't it? Okay. These splash screens. At least they took all of those logos and packed them into one splash screen. What? This game is a work of fiction? How? It's not the year 2077 yet? What? Legal stuff. All right. So what are our settings right now? Our settings right now are DLSS with ray tracing on. Wait, what? Did I leave all this stuff on? I didn't do it here. I didn't do it here. I did it at the... Ah! I had to do that to turn off ray tracing. What I did was this. I'm a moron. Oh, okay. I'll go back to 3070 Ti numbers later if I'm going to make a video out of this, put charts up. It's just I'm not a big chart guy. Whatever. Frame generation's off. The thing is, I wanted to test frame gen in both cards, but let's just do this like this. Let's run it. It's 1080p. No big deal. Apply and freaking go. And frame gen is currently off. Damn. It's about 100, almost 180 FPS, 175 FPS. It's nuts. And latency is at 17 milliseconds. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna record that because I want to see if that changes with the single frame gen. But it recorded 17 millisecond average PC latency in that part of the thing. So 154. Let's do this. these a little bit. Oh, actually. No frame gen. Okay. Oh, hold on. Where am I going to put the latent? I'll just put it above it. It's fine. As a notable thing. Settings. Wait, did I already do with ray tracing off? Let's turn it off. This is going to be different because there was still some ray tracing before when I did that. I'll have to redo those numbers. So ignore those numbers for now. "17 millisecond frame time is roughly equal 58.82 FPS. Okay. No, 17 milliseconds is the PC latency, is in like input latency, things like that. RT was on so far. All right. Now, I could be wrong about that. I thought that that's what that meant because latency in input latency is such a huge part of the conversation now. And that's why I thought Nvidia was putting this term TCL, PC latency, front and center. 12, 14, not bad. Okay. Oh, yes, right. I meant to do that here. Oh, I'm not talking about like frame time pacing or anything. Okay, 208. Yeah, you can see the difference that made too. Look at that. Oh, also 4070 Ti Super, all that. Settings. Let's turn on frame gen. With ray tracing on. No path tracing, none of that. Just ray tracing on, frame gen. Wait, whoa, 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 what's this, Q? DLSS frame gen. Neat. No reconstruction. Wait, what? Some settings will have to reboot. Is that what it said? Hold on. I just hit OK. Why? I gotta restart the game for that. So let's do frame gen last. We're going to go to our video then. We're going to go up to 1440, apply, run it with ray tracing. Okay, cool. We'll do frame gen afterwards. As for comparing, say, AMD Radeon RX. As for comparing, say AMD Radeon RX 7900 XTX to new Nvidia cards, which would be the best? John, unfortunately, I don't have one to test. The reviews had not yet come out for the well, okay, actually no, I was thinking about the 9070 XT. No, okay, so that one I would say 7900 XTX if you're just trying to game at 4K, you don't care about ray tracing, just get one of those if you can get it for a decent price. But getting it for a decent price is a problem. You can't buy GPUs right now. There's hardly any GPUs out there. So it's, if you're talking about it in terms of a like a thought experiment, which one would be best? When you say best, do you mean for like 4K gaming? Are you talking about content creation, streaming? What are we talking about? If you mean with ray tracing, Nvidia cards are going to beat AMD cards. That's kind of going to be a thing. The 9070 XT is supposed to have 50% better ray tracing than the 7900 XTX for less money, which is going to be nice. That card's probably coming out in like a week and a half or so. So I would wait on that. Unless you found a really good deal on a 7900 XT. Too many numbers and letters, man, I'm telling you. Okay, bumping it up to 1440p brought the PC latency up to 20 milliseconds. Not bad, on average. Okay, 119 ray tracing. Let me go to 1440p without ray tracing. Settings. There we go. So the funny thing is, some might be like, dude, why don't you test it without DLSS? If you have access to DLSS and you're trying to play Cyberpunk, why wouldn't you use it? Like, even if it's in quality mode, you should be using DLSS with Cyberpunk. It's not a game that is known for its optimization. It is known for pretty much needing upscaling to run well. But I would say, again, John, if you're just looking at 4K gaming, 7900 XTX is if you can get a good deal on that. Meaning, like, because there might be a card coming out for $750 or so that'll beat it in a week and a half. So if it's, but that was a $1,000 card at MSRP before. It's hard. It's hard to, unless you find a really good deal, or if you already have it, then stick with it, you know? So it looks like ray tracing added 4 milliseconds of latency. Not terrible. If you want that tech, if you want that tech to be part of your gameplay experience. Okay, all we got to do is run 4K with ray tracing off and on, then restart it and run it with frame gen, ray tracing, 1080p, 1440p, and 4K. And then we're done with this. We'll move on to the 5070 Ti. Did I put the numbers in there right? I didn't even take the number. I didn't pay attention. Oh, come on. Okay, way to go. I was too much in a hurry. Did y'all see what it was? I didn't. Yeah, I need the number without ray tracing. I'm an idiot. All right, let's go. My benchmark. Yes, confirm. All right. Ugh. That was dumb. At least this is a shorter, like there are some really, like, have y'all seen the Red Dead Redemption 2 built-in benchmark? It takes forever. The Black Myth Wukong one kind of takes a while. This one's not nearly as long as those. So that's nice. Especially when you forget to record the number. Wait a second. 177 or 180. Wow. Let's see what the game says because we've been using the in-game numbers. RDR2 is one that you can take a nap while it runs. Oh yeah. I installed it just in case I was able to start stream early and we had a lot of time, but nah. I didn't, yeah. 163.52. 164. Neat. All right. And wait, I haven't done 4K yet. That's okay. Okay, run it like this. $25 milliseconds of PC latency. 86 average FPS and 4K, no ray tracing. With DLSS set to performance. And it looks pretty damn good if you ask me. I haven't seen any craziness. Okay, that was a little weird. Like right along that palm tree that went between the buildings there, it would look a little hazy around it, but if I'm running around doing stuff, I'm not going to notice that. Probably. Ray tracing on. What was it, 85? 85 for sure. That's what I saw in the... I skipped past it. I've already established that fact. You guys already know it well, and that's okay. I'm not going to run that again without ray tracing. Let's just do it. I'm getting tired is what it is. I want to get into the 5070 Ti. I want to talk about it and get that going. I miss playing Cyberpunk. I want to go back in and maybe play the expansion again. It's a lot of fun. Maybe with a new character, because I think you can start right at the expansion with a new character, which is awesome. Well, full ray tracing on at set to medium with DLSS set to performance. We're getting over 60 FPS, between 60 and 65 in the harder part to run, which is inside the bar, and it should boost when it goes outside the bar. There we go, 72, 71. So very playable with full ray tracing. By the way, my textures are set to high right now. We're not maxed out on our settings, but that's the thing. Like, you don't max out your settings in Cyberpunk. This looks good. I'm seeing a little something in that gate as things pass between the bars of the gate, but I'm looking at these palm trees where the light hits them. Not bad. No, that looked good. That was good. And now, I get to turn on frame gen. This is what YouTubers have to do every new GP release. It's a lot of work. Yeah, this is very, very, a very shotgun approach to what they have to do. They'll do these tests. Sometimes they'll do it 3 times, take the average of each freaking test. That kind of stuff. It's insane. But data accuracy is really important when you're relied upon for your hardware specific hardware reviews. I'm not. It's not my stuff, but this is me dipping my toes into it and having a pretty good time doing it, except when I do dumb stuff. Like not knowing what GPU I have and not paying attention to not recording the number before I move on. So now we're going in and turning on DLSS frame generation. Now this is going to be single, not multi, because multi is not available in 40 series. Every time I do that. Okay, there we go. Still on medium, okay. Okay. Wow, that's a really fast quit. That's insane. Okay. Yeah, just imagine those huge charts that Hardware Unboxed does every time, and when they release it, when the release is just meh, they make those faces. Lol. Yeah. They also DDU the drivers between changing GPUs, etc. Fun stuff. I'm not doing that. Just understand, guys. We're just doing like the chart that I'm going to have from here. I wouldn't rely on that chart. It's just me trying to remember what's going on here and be able to come up with a basic opinion based on that, not do like consumer reporting based off of it. Yeah, whenever I'm like, hardware reviewers do this, I don't like that they do this. There's like zero messaging in there saying that I don't respect what they do. I have mad respect for what they do. But they've, you know, some of them have spent well over a decade developing their methodologies for making the content that you guys watch. Oh, geez, did I not mark it down again? Like 62. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back through the stream and see some of these. Remember, guys, I'm not gonna have final charts or anything. We're doing this as we go. Why am I watching this? It's so violent. YouTube, please. It's not me. It's the game. Okay, make sure that that's still on. It is. All right, run benchmark. But yeah, I'll correct that if it's incorrect. I'll go back and look at the VOD. Yeah, John Paul Bacon, I earlier was a bit dismissive about your question, like whether the 7900 XTX to new Nvidia cards, which is, I guess, all of them, which would be the best. That's just going to be like, the reason I was a bit dismissive of the question is because it's super general. Like, is it better than a 5090? There's no way. In no way is it better other than price to performance, maybe, if you can get one, like you know. But really, if you're gaming at 1440p, you just don't need a 5090 or 5080, or even a 7900 XTX. You can get a 7800 XT and game at 1440p. It all comes down to the reason I ask all those questions I'm always asking. This is with single frame gen on, by the way. Other than a little bit of screen tearing because I don't have G-Sync on, it's looking really good. Did anybody notice anything in there crazy? I didn't notice anything crazy. Like, that was good, right? I'm not crazy, right? That was good. Oh, 40 milliseconds. I did miss that. I do have the report on it, but I did miss it. Okay. What was it, 113? 110. Yeah, that will, because I'm hitting that button at that time, it'll be up here what the average piece of latency is. Okay, that's 4K ray trace. Okay, now we're gonna do 1440p ray trace with frame gen, and then 1080p frame gen. Almost done. Almost 5070 Ti time. DLSS frame gen. Texture quality high. Okay. Confirm. Okay, or Chaos, every time we bring up PC latency, you're talking about frame times. Is that like what you brought that up for the second time now? 33 millisecond frame times means that's the same FPS, 30 FPS for reference. Okay. Okay. Now, a millisecond hold on. 33 milliseconds is the same FPS, 30 FPS for reference. What do you mean? Please educate me. And what does it have to do with PC latency? Curious. Because I know you know what you're talking about, right? I'm not going to say that we do. Damn it. What was the... I didn't... Because I need to focus in. I got to rerun that one again. I didn't see the PC latency on that one. I didn't get to see it. Unless it shows it here. No, it's not. Okay, at least I'll record this. See if it stays the same. 180. Damn, son. I also need... Okay, I need to stop looking at chat and I need to watch this. Because I need to see... what it looks like. Because of frame gen. I need to make sure it's looking good. Because I want frame gen to be good. And I want to be able to tell people, frame gen's awesome. This is why AMD and Intel need to copy this. There's already a FSR frame gen thing, or an AMD frame gen thing. But it's not going to be the multi thing. I don't know. I need to look more into it. All right, we're looking. Respectfully. I'm just looking for any weirdness, any major weirdness sticking out, any like trails or weird banding, tearing, stuff like that. Well, screen tearing because no G-Sync would be a thing, but it just looks clean to me. All right, let's get our average. No, it's good. It's under 30 right now. $25 milliseconds. All right. $1440p again? Yeah, because I didn't get the latency. No. It's a lot lower. All right, let's do 1080p. That's the wrong way. Right? 1080p with frame gen. Develop, what's up? You lucky MF-er. Well, okay. 5070 Ti versus 50. I don't have 5080, so. So 16.6 milliseconds is 60 FPS. 60 frames per second. 33 milliseconds is 30, if an actual idea of how responsive the game actually is. 165 FPS is 6 milliseconds, for example. 240 FPS is 4 milliseconds. Esports FPS games for reference. Okay, did you see the bottles in the... Okay, I saw something. Like I said, I do have to look at this, but I'm just gonna read up on that. I don't think like I need to just watch a video on it or something, because 500 character limit per chat is not going to be enough for me to actually figure out. Ooh, that. Yeah, okay. So I saw something on the little basketball court, probably blocked by my face. Oh no, it wasn't, because it's not full screen. Whatever. Just something with the lines, but. Okay, I saw a big jump there. I saw that red sign jump when it was behind the palm tree. So maybe at 1080p, don't do it. Because, I mean, do you need 240 frames per second in Cyberpunk? What was the latency? Did anybody catch it? I was looking at the visuals. Whatever. Just run it again. Again, these are short. It's fine. I don't even think I hit the button this time. So you're talking about how millisecond measurements of various numbers of milliseconds, equate to frame rates. I think I'm getting it. Now watch the bottles at the back of the bar. You see that big flash there? Maybe that, guess it was a reflection going across all the bottles, but it looked a little unnatural for sure. We'll hit it here, see our latency, and then yeah. Watch the lines of the basketball court on the right once we get out of the alleyway. See, a lot of this looks really good. And I don't think the things that I'm noticing would be that distracting, but it's good to notice them. The lines of the basketball court flickering around a little bit. This is a low resolution for it to I guess it's just like having trouble parsing it or whatever. And no big jump in that red room sign up there or whatever it is. Some weirdness in the leaves of the tree. Yeah, I guess frame gen is actually better at higher resolution, it seems. But 239. You know what? Forget the latency. Who even cares? 21 milliseconds. Thank you, Alucard. I was looking so hard at all the other stuff. So it's 240. Weird angle with this from when I was playing CS2. All right, let's shut this thing down. I'll get Counter-Strike another time. But yeah, develop. I don't have a 5080, so. But that's already out there. The reviews are out there. You know, Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, all those, they've tested it. 5080 is better. But, you know, if you don't mind having to get one for $1,400, $1,500, whatever pricing is out there, if they're even available. We'll see what the availability is like on the 5070 Ti tomorrow when they actually launch. I was told by my NVIDIA rep that it's going to be better. But that's as far as that statement got, because who knows how it's going to happen. Could have thousands of scalpers waiting in the wings, ready to go. You know what I mean? And it's time to finally install this thing. We tested everything but the 5070 Ti during this 5070 Ti stream. And it is past midnight. Well, 4070 Ti Super, you did real good. Even though you weren't the card I wanted you to be. You are who you are, and that's a beautiful thing, I guess. Oh yeah, this thing's toasty. Guess we gotta do the peelies on this thing. So again, this is the Asus Prime 5070 Ti, RTX 5070 Ti. And unfortunately, no top-down cam tonight. I didn't get that working. So you just have to trust me that I'm feeling the peelies. Here, let me lift this up for you. And boy, there's a lot of plastic on this thing. That's probably why they had to up the price to $900 or $800, whatever it is, 900. All this plastic, all the plastic peels. It's Stop that microphone. Whenever there's a high-pitched sound, my microphone kind of goes off on its own until I make like a knocking sound of some kind. Pretty annoying. Starts making this hissing sound. Stop it. All right. Display port, need HDMI. There you are. No tab for this one. Alrighty. Miss anything? I don't think so. It is a handsome card. It's a good looking card. Definitely a good $750 card right there. Hope that's what it turns out to be. We'll find out in the morning. Asus, there's not many chances where you can say something like, oh, our bad, that was just a typo, and people will be so relieved that they'll believe you. This is, though, one of those times. I do like the size of this card. Just over 2 slots, maybe 2.5, but not egregiously, offensively large for what it is. Upside down. I like having the clip, the tab that clips in at the top, because you can visibly see it clip down and clamp onto the cart, onto the little tab there. Make sure that it's locked in. Give it a tug. It's not coming off. Push it back in. There you go. There it is. All right. It is nice to be able to do one of these long streams while sitting down. Gotta say, I do appreciate that. I kind of hurt my back day before yesterday, moving stuff around to prepare for this. And that's not good. I'm not recommended. Don't do that. There she glows. All right. What did I miss? Price also includes Asus's Trust Me Bro guarantee. Which graphics card had at least one USB-C display port like the 2080 had? And actually 7000 series Radeon cards had that too. Yeah, there you go. Alucard mentioned that. Oh yeah, let me sit up straight for this moment. Well, we're up. We are in, people. Just like that. Let's see if our display settings. No. Okay, cool. Neat. Okay, and am I missing something here? Is it just not showing the GPU for some reason? Do I need to update hardware info 64? Probably. Yeah, probably. No GPU. It's not showing a GPU. It is showing that it's running at PCIe 5.0 X16, but yeah. Okay, let me get an update for hardware info 64. Didn't look like it showed the RAM. It's showing the RAM. Right here, DDR5 6000, CL32. Not the best, could be CL30, but this is what I had. Yeah, RAM's right there.
And there you... Oh, okay. And there you go. It doesn't tell us the name of it. It's a GB203. That's accurate. Graphics chipset, Nvidia. All right, good job, buddy. Good job. DDR7. 16 gigs of that. ROPS, TMUs. Get all that stuff. Okay. Now, will it show up under sensors? There it is. GPU, Nvidia. All right. Is it getting readings? Yes. Downside, no more GPU hotspot. Oh, it says it actually. Oh, yeah. So GPU hotspot temperature, 255 degrees Celsius. Oh, man, she's going to blow. Run for it. All right. Oh, actually, need this. Cool. What the hell? Like, yeah, I'm not right on top of it. Don't close the stupid thing just because I'm not looking at, like, on the right pixel. Okay. Wait, why am I still going? What am I doing? I don't know what I was going for there. All right, 5070 Ti, 5070 Ti. All right, let's see what the temps get to. See what those temps get up to for Mark. Not the hotspot temp. That's already pinned at 255. Okay. All right. Benchmark in 4K. I love ghost sensors, but yeah, they stopped reporting it. Yep. What driver version do you have? I have the latest press driver for Chaos. Only available to reviewers. Doesn't seem to be giving me a black screen, so I'll take it. It's worked on all the GPUs before, and it seems to be working on this one. GPU power pinned right at 300 watts. Look, I just went over it. Just went over 300.372 watts. What I should do, maybe we should do a stream with, like, I'll get like Stable Diffusion on here or something, and we can test some AI image generation locally with these GPUs. That would be pretty sick. It's been a while since I've set up Stable Diffusion though, so it'd probably take me a while to remember how to do all that. What's up, Dodger Dog? How's it going? Do all these cars operate on the same drivers, or are you doing an update for? It's just no. I mean, basically, I got the latest drivers from Nvidia, the Nvidia app, and then I just put in the different cards and they all work. So I'm not gonna be doing the super thorough thing of removing drivers, installing new drivers. What did we get? We got. Oh, the results will be here. 130 FPS. Our max temperature was 68.4 degrees Celsius. Quite nice. Quite nice. Yes, yes. I don't know why I submitted that. So that's 4K, 130 FPS. A nice little jump over the 4070 Ti Super. That's nice. Let's do 1440p now. Are the 5070s for sale already? It's a 5070 Ti. The 5070 Ti, the non-Ti 5070 not coming out yet. 5070 Ti goes on sale tomorrow.
And I'll try some editing and coding on them as well. Yeah, I might want to get PureJet Bench installed. It's just then I got to get it. It's just I got to worry about all the licensing stuff. Take the license off my main PC, put it on this one. It's like, temps. Maxed out at 70 so far. Got a build in PC this weekend. Remodel is almost complete. Nice. Oh yeah, it is released today, but probably not till like 6 a.m. sometime, whatever. For me, probably 8 a.m. GMT, 8 a.m. Central. Luckily, I had a power nap during the Wukong benches, so I'm recharged. Nice. Those did take a while. You're right. What do we get? 225. Not a big leap there, but it did help out a lot in 4K. Interesting to see that. All right, back into Black Myth Wukong we go, everybody. Alrighty. I want to see some good numbers here, all right? Do your best. You can do this. Talking to the GPU. Oh crap, hold on. Wonder if people are waiting in line to buy so they can scalp them like the other cards. Yeah. Probably. Oh my god. Or Chaos once had a ghost sensor of a PWM fan being reported at 65,535 RPM. What is that? Server fan times 5 or something? I don't know. Why are you compilating shaders again? You already did that. New card. Right. Had to do it on the other cards too. I know it's compiling, right? For those of you who hung out for this whole time, thank you so much. Thank you for being as big a nerd as I am and enjoying this. All right, we're at 4K with ray tracing on, DLSS on, set to performance, no frame gen. We're gonna have to add that test in, but let's just do it ray tracing right now. Keep thinking that's the button to start the benchmark. So do you. Curse you, Black Myth Wukong, for having 2 menu options with the same name. Oh, there we go. Was it showing up on the top right? I didn't know. Also, I forgot to bring this back down. That was my my armrest, by the way. I didn't just rip one on stream. Okay, 66 milliseconds. Not good. At least we'll be able to compare it. 66 milliseconds. 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 66 millise PCL 66 milliseconds average. Little high. Not insanely high, but a little high. I have a battery on my mic at this point. It's been recording this whole time. Battery's a bit low. There we go. And charge my wireless mic while I use it. I feel like for this one, I was sitting in place enough to where I could have had my Super 55 over here to use that instead, but I ran out of time to set it up. We're down under 60 on latency, down to 56, 57, so that's pretty good. And it wasn't egregiously insane, but yeah, not great. $73 FPS. That's 4K with ray tracing. All right. About a okay, the jump is not as much as it was with between the 3070 Ti and 4070 Ti Super. You guys see why I'm like upset about the fact that I didn't have a 4070 Ti non-super? It doesn't. It's of course it's even higher, but whatever. 63 to 73. Okay, all right. Now, what happens when we do frame gen? Or should I just do all of the RT testing? Actually, let me add this info in here. Just to have that in there, the PCL. Why change it to left orientation if I just added that? This is so stupid. I swear. Sometimes Google Sheets is the worst. It's free, but yeah, like still really, really dumb. I want to compare. I want to go ahead and see if I can put on frame gen now without restarting. I can. I didn't really change it, but okay. All right. Give it a shot. 4K, ray tracing, DLSS performance, and frame gen. It didn't say multi-frame gen, so it might not have that. I might have to go into the Nvidia app to do a DLSS override, which is a thing. Doth mine eyes deceive me? It looks like the latency dropped and FPS went up. No joke. FPS went up to over 100 and we're at 45 milliseconds PCL. Sebrew, what's up? Hail Bray, hail Storm. I hope you're all well. Were you just trying to say hi, Brayathorn? And you did it through voice to text and it did all that? What's up, Sebrew? 49 milliseconds PCL, average FPS 99. The Swarm. Oh, okay. Oh, Swarm, not Storm. Got it. All out there were like, frame gen adds latency. It just removed latency. It just lowered the latency. Frame gen, fake frames. This looks super smooth and it looks great and we have better. I get tired. I get tired of people parroting the things that a few other people say as if it's the truth. I wanted to do this. I want to just get into some benchmarks and just show y'all. I didn't know what the results would be, okay? But that's why I wanted to see it. Okay, the grass looked insane there. There's a little bit of weirdness, yeah. But we're gonna have to reevaluate what we know about latency. Oh yeah, Black Myth Tech demo. I remember it. Yeah, you can use it as a benchmark. It's a nice benchmarking tool. Takes a while though. Every test takes too long. I should have made it to where I just run these until I get the frame view numbers and then call it there. But I haven't been doing that, so I'm not going to start doing that. 104 FPS, 49 milliseconds. I got to do all of this. Hold on. Oh, that's not how I did it, is it? I have to rearrange all this crap because I did it in a really dumb way. Now let's just do this. I didn't do frame gen on the previous run. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. (104 49 ms PCL). I didn't do frame gen on the previous one. I'll have to go back and do it. It's okay. All right. Hey, I got the 5070 Ti, but the drivers aren't out yet. What can I do? You gotta wait. If you're not press, then you don't have access to press drivers. So, and I can't give you access to press drivers. That goes against my NDA. Like, I just got to where I just started working with Nvidia directly, and I can't risk that. So you'll have to hold off until the official launch, and drivers will be available to you as soon as the clock strikes whenever. When do you think the drivers are coming out? When the GPUs are on the market, when they're up for sale. As soon as they go up for sale, the drivers should be available. Most likely later today, yes. No FG on 4070 Ti. So yeah, I know. I didn't do that. You still have a 4090, right? Might need that for the 5070 based on NVIDIA's comparison performance. The thing is, it's in my main work PC, and I don't want to, I don't want to remove it, but yeah, maybe. 1440p. Confirm. Graphics. We'll turn off frame gen and run it like that. And we turn on frame gen and run it again. I guess everyone, you're the only one that helped. No problem. Yeah, the only reason I've got drivers is because it was sent to me by NVIDIA. That's it for review. But not sure how you got it early. Maybe you work somewhere. Maybe you got a buddy that works somewhere. Congrats to you for getting that. I'm not sure it's going to be as rare or as like hard to get as 5080, 5090, but I hope it is not. I hope that tomorrow you're like, oh man, I didn't even need to try to get it early because there's so many available. Oh well, because that'll be so great if that was the case. Tired of scalpers. Tired of SIs not being able to get cards. It sucks. Got a friend who worked at Asus, so he sent me one. Very cool. Well, I would ask your friend then, see if you can get press drivers, if you're in that much of a hurry. On a server, so night shift makes more money. Last driver update came out on the 13th, but they do sometimes move fast. Well, you need the driver, the latest driver, to have the 5070 Ti work. I didn't do the thing. I guess I'll do it here. .46 milliseconds. ECL, not bad. Got it a week ago. I haven't used a PC in a week. Wow. I would have asked him for the drivers, pretty much. But the thing is, like getting stuff directly from Nvidia like that, you do have to be registered with them. So at least you have it. Like, the thing is, I wouldn't have installed it until when they were released. Still some weirdness with the grass. Whatever. I mean, look through the trees. See if you've seen any weird shifting through because there's multiple layers of trees with the sky behind it. Doesn't look like anything weird's happening there. See, now we're averaging lower latency, but I tested on the water to get where it's harder, I guess. And that's what I was doing before, so kind of. Love that they don't have an install disk or USB anymore. True. Another possible comparison stream. I don't like that comparison. I don't think it's a fair one. I don't want to give it credence. If I worked at Nvidia and I saw Jensen up there saying that the 5070 would be 4090 performance for $550, I would have been pissed. Like, dude, there's no way that that's true. Also, VRAM. It has 12 gigs of VRAM, so there are literally situations where it cannot possibly have that performance. 100 FPS. No. 1440p with RT. That's a nice improvement. Look at that. I turned off frame gen, so there's that. Go to frame gen. At DLSS 4, 5070 might be better, but raw performance, no, for sure. No, like you got to understand how multi-frame gen works. Multi-frame gen, like, seriously benefits from a higher base frame rate. The lower the base frame rate, the crazier the latency gets, and that is a thing. So it's gonna have a lower base frame rate no matter what. So yeah, it's not gonna, like, it doesn't matter if the number is higher if the experience sucks, you know? Like, I would equate latency to part of the equation on performance. You know what I mean? So if you say 4090 performance and the latency is quadruple, it's not 4090 performance. You know what I mean? Like, there were some claims in there that were fine, but not that one. You should always take first-party claims with a grain of salt. It's not anything unfair to Nvidia to say that. All companies should be treated the same when they're doing a keynote or something. You got to be like, oh, interesting. I mean, at this point, we even had to take their MSRP numbers with a grain of salt because most pricing is nowhere near the MSRPs that they said. But that's just how it goes with add-in board partner cards. AI extrapolation time. Not quite extrapolation, but soon. All right, I'm gonna crash. Looks like it'll be fine, but only if I can get it for MSRP if possible. If can't, I should not bother. It's looking good so far. I mean, the generational uplift is there. Is it crazy uplift? No, but remember, this is not a 4070 Ti that I was testing before. It's a 4070 Ti Super. It was not a really fair comparison. But yeah, have a good evening. Thanks for hanging out, man. That's killing me. Oh, those trees look a little flashy, a little flickery. Did I miss the latency? I did. I did. Well, looking at it, it's not looking bad. 35, 33, 32, 33, 37. It's not 60 milliseconds, 70 milliseconds. It's looking good, actually, with frame gen here. This is not multi-frame gen. We got to see what the latency looks like in Cyberpunk, because that does have multi-frame gen. Yeah, I would say, I think PNY is going to have an MSRP card. I'd go for that one. All right, let's say 30, about 35 average millisecond latency. 155 FPS, insane, very cool, very cool. 155 FPS though. 155. I'll run that one again later and double check the latency. I didn't get my latency number here, but it's dropping. FrameGen is making latency drop. It's crazy. That's the opposite of what people said. Now, how am I measuring that latency? With Nvidia's proprietary frame view. So that's a problem because it's closed. It's not open source software. It's their own stuff. I think I'm going to call it for Black Myth Wukong there. I got the numbers I was interested in. And it's super late. So I want to move to Cyberpunk. Only gripe right now is the prices for the performance uplift. Other than that, have a good night, everyone. You got it. Yeah, 150 from going from 100 to 155 is pretty rad, but it tracks with single frame gen. That 50% performance uplift. That's what you get with single frame gen. All right, Cyberpunk, let's go. Yeah, this is fun, but it's not how I would prefer to do this testing. I've done testing like this before, but not as detailed as this. Just getting basic numbers. Here we're trying to test stuff other than just raster performance and things like that. So I have a lot of work to do to catch up with my contemporaries in the field, basically, when it comes to testing. Nice to know that there's still 50 of you out there hanging out with me doing this. I appreciate y'all very much. Let's go directly to 4K. So there's no, is there an option? Oh, 2x, 3x, and 4x. Oh, God. Oh, no. No, I don't want to do all of those. It's a shorter benchmark, but damn. You know what? We're doing the 4x right now. We're doing this right now. .4x frame gen with ray tracing set to medium in 4K with DLSS at performance mode. Let's freaking run it. Let's go. But I'm going to have different numbers for all the... You know what? Cancel. We're turning off frame gen for now, actually. Off. Let's run it without that first. DLSS performance. Oh, I have to restart. But then we don't get that cool experience of like... All right, screw it. No, I want to get that experience. I want to have that sort of like, let's see what this is without it, then with it. So we're going to go ahead and restart. It's just the startup of that game. It shuts down fast, and that's nice. The startup takes for freaking ever. I did a little bit of light modding on Cyberpunk just for quality of life stuff, and one of my favorite ones was one that removed all the splash screens and the intro video thing. And it just went right to the menu. So good. Yo, Kenneth, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Oh, it's behind here. Is it where? What the hell? Why? Why was it behind everything? I was like, okay. Not gonna do it. Don't feel like it. Okay, got it. All right, cool. Frame gen off. Ray tracing on. 4K, DLSS, and performance mode. Let's run it. Looking good so far. 75 FPS or so. And open. There we go. A little rough there. Okay, average FPS 80 at that point. 28 milliseconds of latency. Gotta remember that. But the 1% low dipped down to 65. That's why it looked a little bit rough there. Still not crazy bad. All right, 77 FPS, 28 milliseconds latency at the time where I've been doing that. Okay. What was it? 77. Damn, it went down here, but all right. I guess I didn't record PC latency before on with just ray tracing on. 77 and then 28. We lost a little bit there, didn't we? Okay. Now we're gonna do it with, let's do all of these. Go through all the ray traced ones because I have to restart the whole game to do it. Settings, all right. Video. If this thing is, well, okay. I don't know why it would have lost to the 4070 Ti Super there, but it's the number I got. All right. We will see. We'll find out. Hey, so what's the result so far? I mean, it still looks good. But yeah, no. We are just getting into the 5070 Ti. Well, we're on the second game now. That's smooth. That's nice. Right now we're running ray trace with DLSS, but no frame gen. I want to see how 4x frame gen looks. I need to see this. Because I don't think that Black Myth Wukong had 4x ray tracing. Not ray tracing, 4x frame gen, only standard frame gen. But right now we're doing 1440p, ray tracing, no frame gen, DLSS performance. Okay, average PC latency 19 milliseconds, average FPS 134. I think that's up from the last, from the 4070 Ti Super. 19 milliseconds. Got another. $126, 19 milliseconds. Well, that's a little bit up, not a lot. Then we're gonna go to 1080p ray tracing, no frame rate. It's so small here. But yeah, no, it's running well. The temps are good. The thing is, from game to game, it's going to differ. But I'm surprised that it's not, because they work closely with Cyberpunk 2077, or they use it as an example all the time. All the latest technologies are in there, but we have not turned on the star of the show yet, which is frame gen. It's not on yet, so we will see. And while we're doing that, watch it with me, chat. Like, if you spot something crazy going on that I missed, let me know, because of like 4x frame gen. It can be a bit crazy. It's a crazy technology, crazy things happen, and it's very new still. See what our latency is like after it comes back with an average for us. $17 milliseconds, average FPS 182. We've been using the in-game numbers. We'll use that for the average FPS, but one cool thing is that I'm going to be able to go back and add the 1% lows into this. We're just getting the averages right now, but on the stream, it's capturing the screens that have the extra information. 158.6. Well, that's a little bit up, not much, but it's there. Uh, 17. All right, time to turn on frame gen. Let's go. I'm not doing it without ray tracing. It's really late. I just want to get these numbers in. Video, let's go up to 4K. It's not bringing up. Oh, what the hell? Why does it keep doing that? Okay, so it's not bringing up the 3x, 4x thing. Probably because I need to restart it. So let's do that. Can't wait to see some of the freaky AI stuff happening. I mean, it might. We'll see. One thing to keep in mind, I'm not running G-Sync or V-Sync here. I'm not running V-Sync, which is separate from V-Sync. Yeah, so you're going to see some screen tearing probably. Wait. Okay, it hasn't been running. It's just been the menu. That's fine. I'm about to invalidate every test I've been doing. Maybe I should anyway, but no. No. The Witcher 4, huh? Oh yeah, that's right. I saw the trailer for that. Looks great. I never played any of the Witcher games though. CDPR, knock this off. This is the worst. Thank you for having an in-game thing, in-game benchmark, but damn. Hate using it sometimes. Graphics. There we go. Let's go. Should we go straight to 4X? Let's do it. 4K. Ray tracing on. Medium. DLSS. Performance mode. 4X frame gen. Let's let it rip. Keep an eye out, everybody. I want this to be good. I so want this to be really good. I'm still gonna say, if I see it, I'm gonna say it, but I genuinely am optimistic about frame gen. And they're saying it's like the next decade of graphics. So like we're in the beginnings of it still. Okay, that was weird, but guys, this looks really good. Holy crap, that looked amazing. Okay, I know you guys are getting 30 FPS right now on stream. That was insane. Like, that looked so smooth, and there was only one aberration, one weirdness on the screen from a reflection and a puddle. That was it. I didn't even see. I have to run it again, but I don't mind at all. Like, that's nuts. That looked so good. Like, what Roby says about frame gen is multi-frame gen is you need to see it to believe it, see it to understand it and experience it. Yep. Roby right again. Holy crap. Like, that legit got me. The only thing that snapped me out of it was like, oh, okay, the reflection was a little weird. But like, if I'm just running around, I might not even see that. I don't know. I'm running it again because I got to see what the latency is like, because it's probably going to be something for sure. That was insane to watch, because it looked really good at 4K, of course, and then it was so smooth. God. I mean, you could say I'm drinking the Kool-Aid if you want to, but this Kool-Aid is delicious. Okay, saw that on the clothes a little bit. Oh. It did it again. Okay, all right. It's like I couldn't figure out where that thing was supposed to move. It couldn't predict it, so it kind of melted away. 43 milliseconds PCL. That's acceptable. That is totally within range. That's okay. Is it more? Yeah, it's more. Damn. 203. Y'all, that was nuts. That was nuts. 43. Let me note. Let's take note of something here. Or you couldn't even see it. I was zoomed in. Sorry. Can we just notice something right here? 4070 Ti Super. Single frame gen. 110 FPS, 40 milliseconds PC latency. 4x frame gen on the 5070 Ti, 203 FPS, 43 milliseconds PCL. 3 milliseconds more. I'll take it. I would take that. I'm cool with that. We went from 77 FPS to 203 in 4K with ray tracing. Yes, DLSS and performance mode, but damn, son. Let's check it at 1440. That is mind-boggling. All right. We're also we're gonna switch to full screen. So that even when we go to 1440p, you'll be able to see everything. There we go. All right, 4X, let's run it again. Like, I was serious. Like, it takes a lot to get me to shut up. I felt speed. I was like, oh, whoa, okay. Now, there's only so smooth it can get on my 144 hertz 4K monitor, right? So this is, even though this is a way higher frame rate, it looks as smooth. You wouldn't want to run 4X in 1440p with this card if you have a 144 hertz monitor. Even if you have a 240 hertz monitor, try 3X because you'll probably be closer to that 240. Because we're over 300 FPS in the harder to run part of the game, of the benchmark, and it's going to be less weirdness at 3X and lower latency at 3X. And now we're getting up to 330, 325. It's doing the same thing. It's in the bottom, in the middle, where one of the reflections just melts away, and it's doing it consistently. So that's not ideal. It's funny because in this game, any weirdness you see, you could just be like, you know, it's that Johnny Silverhand messing with my brain, or maybe my cyber eyes need an update. The freaking Regan, what's going on? I'm liking it so far. 313 FPS. I didn't see what the latency was. I gotta run it again. I'm too spellbound by this thing. I'm liking it a lot, honestly. So one of the big differences between single frame gen and multi-frame gen is that single frame gen was actually through hardware. Multi-frame gen is through AI, through software. So it actually uses, I mean, it's much more efficient that way. and they were able to achieve something they could not achieve through hardware. And you can gripe about that all you want, but like, I'm looking at this and it looks freaking good, man. It looks super good. Cyberpunk, with as much as they develop and a lot of the stuff, this could be a best case scenario. We have to keep that in mind. And I have to watch for the latency, excuse me. Watch the bottom middle, the building right there. See how it melts a little bit? It's not crazy. It's not something super obvious. 29 milliseconds latency. That's really good, man. That's fine. I'm seeing little things here and there. Yeah, the open sign just freaked out a little bit. But like, that's, if you have a really high refresh rate 1440p monitor, you could actually utilize that here. You're not going to look at that and be like, oh, that open sign, I'm taking GPU, throw it in trash. No. You'll be like, well, that was a little bit weird, but damn, this is smooth. $314 FPS. Was that 26? Whatever, I'll check it. I'll cross check. I'll double check it later. Oh no, it went up by 1. Or was it 28? It went up by 3. Either way. Bro, like, and then there's some games that aren't going to have multi-frame gen, and then you use DLSS override in the Nvidia app to change that. That's going to require its own testing, probably its own stream. I'm not even really concerned about 1080p frame gen, because this is going to be ridiculous. Like, the 1080p frame rate was already 208 on a 4070 Ti Super with 154 with ray tracing. That's already really good. You don't even need it at that point. Thank you for doing this. No problem. Yeah, and of course, there's going to be the whole VOD there. There was shenanigans. There was some weirdness. There was me figuring out these tests, things like that. But, man, I don't know, man. What I'm gonna do, because my rep at Nvidia was gonna get me some more game keys for some of the other games that can actually leverage a lot of these tech. Which again, if there's a game that doesn't have it, I need to test out DLSS override. But still, there's certain games that they know are a great way to showcase what the benefits of this card are. Now that's almost like buying on future promises, but is it really future promises if it exists in certain games and it's like other games are going to have it too? These are the ones that have it now. It's like 70, 75 games. They didn't send me 3 or 4 game keys for other games that have it. Star Wars Outlaws, things like that. So I'm probably going to do another stream like this, just running benchmarks, running tests. We have our methodology kind of down. I'm going to try to fill out more of this from the stuff that's missing. Or I might just do that on stream too, but we'll do another one of these. Because like, I think sharing this experience with you guys, rather than doing it just being by myself, it's, you guys caught stuff I didn't. That's actually good to have eyes on this. And it's transparency with my process that I'm just now developing, really. So I want to do this on stream again, but I don't want to miss more PC matchmaking streams. So maybe this will be a Sunday stream that would also be on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe I might miss a couple gaming streams, because what I do, for those who are new here, if you like this kind of stuff, drop a follow, man, because this is the kind of stuff that I like doing. I unbox PCs. I help people find the right PCs for them. But on Sundays, we want to take a break and do a gaming stream. I might need to, this Sunday instead, stream more of this. I think that's what I want to do. What do y'all think? Tomorrow we're unboxing a PC. It's going to be interesting. Oh, that was fun. That was fun, though. I think I'm going to call it right there for now, because we're going to do more of this on Sunday. It might be a bit early. It might be a bit early to call this, but like, to say this. I'm excited. I'm excited. Like, I don't know if that is going to make me a pariah among my peers. But that was nuts. That was bananas. Like, I don't know. I'm with it. I get it. I get what NVIDIA's trying to do. And I am really excited for it to get even more polished and better and better. Like, I don't know. Like I said, tell me I'm drinking the Kool-Aid if you want, but the Kool-Aid is delicious. It's the Kool-Aid of the future. I don't know. There's no excusing the pricing shenanigans that are going on with the add-in board partners. I think that would have been mitigated a bit if NVIDIA had made a Founders Edition card to establish that price and offer a compelling product for that MSRP, so that AIBs were like, okay, we're not going to have a field day with this pricing. Let's try to keep it reasonable. They didn't do that. 5070 Ti pricing is going to be a little bonkers on a lot of those cards. And I don't recommend buying this for 900 bucks. But if you can find one of those few cards that is for 750, like I don't know if it was PNY or Zotac that made one, but if you find one of those, it is a compelling card, especially with that new tech. That just, y'all saw me. I don't know what my face looked like, but it was probably a sight to behold, or it was really boring looking at me mouth breathing for 3 minutes straight. Solid. Nice to see a real-time reaction to that tech, even if it doesn't really transfer via YouTube. I mean, here's the thing. Regardless, this is going to be out of some people's reach no matter what. And this just, I'm actually thinking, I really want to test that 5070 now. I need to see what it can do. And what I can, a service I can probably provide to you guys is live on stream, we figure out what the best balance of all of those features is, right? Like, okay, ray tracing, low or medium, all right, cool. DLSS to balanced and 3x frame gen. Maybe that's the best looking one with the best, like the most best balance of visual fidelity and frame rate for 1440p. Like that, I think would be really fun to do on stream. So I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna be like, all right. I mean, if they do send me a 5070 early enough though, I am gonna do a video for that, not just a stream. But like this experience right here of doing this testing with you guys was a really good learning experience for me, and I hope for y'all too. We're not buying the 5070 Ti, right? If you can find it for 750, you should. There's the caveat though, isn't it? Therein lies the rub. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Therein lies the rub. I hope I wasn't looking at the wrong camera for that whole thing. If you can find it for that price, yeah. It's if you have a 40 series card, no. If you have like a 4070 Ti Super, don't do it. That thing is still really, really, really good. We tested that tonight. It's still really good. 4070 Ti, still good because the numbers are close to the 4070 Ti Super. 3070 Ti, I would say now is the time. If you can find it for 750, maybe 8. Also, tariffs are probably going to make that 750, 830 bucks or so. That's not NVIDIA's fault or any of the AIB partners' fault. That's tariffs. If you can find it for base MSRP, hell yeah, it's a really good card. But it also kind of depends on what you're doing with it. Like maybe the 5070 is going to be a better option for you. Are you gaming at 1080p? Don't get the the 5070 Ti. 1080p doesn't need it. Oh, we can't supply is rigged. Maybe, Blood. Maybe. Well, what's up, Blood? How you doing? Tim O'Reilly, what's up? Twitch screen res is 480. YouTube is 4K, so I'm leaving Twitch. Hey, other Twitch viewers, what screen resolution are you getting? And also, Gary, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I genuinely am. Oh, okay. How do I sign up for you to find a PC for my budget? There you go. That's it. I'm going to be doing that next Tuesday. Even with the Founders Edition, all the AIB is still charging crazy prices. Look at 4080. You mean 5080? Well, no, it needs to be available too. Like NVIDIA needs to make it and make it available as well. I'm on Source 4K, but I have a 2K monitor. I do Source by default. Yeah. There you go, Tim. I'm not sure what was going on, but Everyone's getting 4K on Twitch. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. But yeah, I just wanted to check on that for your sake to see if maybe Twitch is acting up for you or not. And for those who are wondering, I don't know why Twitch gives me 4K. Yes, I'm a partner, but like we have 27 people watching. I'm not a partner that brings in hundreds or thousands of viewers. But I think it might have something to do with that badge, that check mark. Yeah, I had a great time tonight, guys. That was really fun. I had a really good time. It had its frustrations. I had moments where I was like, I frustrated myself. Some of it is a little bit, it gives us chances to talk when we're just running these long benchmarks. I want to get more like I did with CS2, where I'm just playing the game and then I hit frame view to get a 10-second benchmark. And I need to learn frame view better, how to churn out that information into easily digestible graphs and stuff. And I'm not afraid to say when I don't know something. So I'm straight up gonna call or message some of my buddies and be like, how are you using frame view? How do I get numbers out of frame view? Help me out here. This is a new venture for me. I might see if I can reach out to Rovi. That guy knows everything. I know pre-builds, guys. That's my main thing. I know building PCs and I know pre-builds. I don't know a lot of this testing stuff that a lot of these guys have been doing for many years. For me, my testing involved, does it overheat? Does it perform its basic functions? All right, send it out to the store. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. That was my IT experience. Blad says, by the way, Braithorn, I got to give you my flowers. Your advice helped a ton back in 2K21 when I got my first iBuy powered pre-build. Here I'm picking your vids back up. I feel like a channel boomer. Vlad, thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. SI Weekly has taken a break because the main editor for the channel left for valid reasons, on good terms. I have a new editor that we're trying to get a workflow going for SI Weekly. That's going to be coming back. But hey, streams are now on YouTube as well, which is nice. And I'm doing more streaming and stuff. And new content coming soon too. So thanks for coming back. Also, guys, if you haven't watched the shorts that I did for CES, go check those out. Some of them are legitimately good. 6,000 bitrate isn't enough for 4K IMHO either. Well, I mean, how does it look? Does it look okay? I've heard it looks pretty good. It is for video content where it's still like this, not for gaming. In gaming, even 6K bitrate pixels up on 1080p. Yeah. Well, I don't do too much gaming content. I do stuff where I'm like, look at the computer bad or computer good. That doesn't require a high bitrate. Besides, once AV1, all that AV1 stuff is out of beta for Twitch, AV1 requires lower bitrate for the same quality as H.264. So, there you go. Anyway. All right, we are going to raid a friend of mine. Hope y'all are cool with that. If you are cool with that, join me on my Twitch channel if you're watching on YouTube. Link is in the description. Come on over. I don't do anything. I know there's some kind of raid-like thing in YouTube. I don't know how to use it, and I don't know who I would raid there. But over on Twitch, we bring all of our viewers and all of our positive vibes and nerdy goodness over to another streamer. Now, my buddy, this guy, his streams are very different from mine. You can tell by the name he goes by, which is Duty Beard. Duty Beard is awesome. He's a good friend of mine. And I would like to bring some of y'all over to check out his stream. So maybe say something nice to him, whatever. So if you're watching on YouTube, click the link in the description and join up. Wait, did you say, is it Blondie? Is Blondie streaming? I don't think Blondie is streaming. Yeah, Blondie isn't streaming. So that would be a requirement, probably. I would totally raid Blondie if Blondie was streaming. But Duty Beard is awesome. Genuinely fun, dude. Playing Red Dead Redemption 2 Marathon. So join me. Let's go raid him. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you greatly. And I can't wait to pick up some more of this on Sunday. And until then, here we go. Take care.
Let's go, nerds!